what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. One-on-one, we the hottest team under the sun. We bringing back that grit, things about to get lit. You know how we coming. Ain't no new discovery. Come across that middle, you gon' need a long recovery. They asking if the U is back. Now we back to work, state of Miami intact. Crystal ball is back. Green tree is rocking. Don't need no beat. When we run through that smoke, you gon' feel that defeat. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. This ain't no fraternity, but we straight steppers. We bringing that heat, nobody doing it better. The record got you flying high, make your wings stop, no lemon pepper. Orange and green is on top, the recruits know it's a new era. College game day, at the route we bout whatever. We a family, a real tribe, championship survive. You see the U on the helmet, you know the vibe. We stay swagged out, putting y'all to shame, no surprise. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. Championships the motto. 83, 87, 89, 91, 2001. We about to get us another one. Let's have some fun. Let's go. We bleed this orange and green. You already know. Don't get this confused. We working. Go run for shelter, cause we coming. It's a Kane thing, y'all wouldn't even understand. Yeah. Let's go. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. It's all about you, baby. Lamar. It's all about the you. It's all about the you. Over here. Hey, we got some K's over here. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. One-on-one, we the hottest team under the sun. We bringing back that grit, things about to get lit. You know how we coming. Ain't no new discovery. Come across that middle, you gon' need a long recovery. They asking if the U is back. Now we back to work, state of Miami intact. Crystal ball is back. Green tree is rocking. Don't need no beat. When we run through that smoke, you gon' feel that defeat. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. This ain't no fraternity, but we straight steppers. We bringing that heat, nobody doing it better. The record got you flying high, make your wings stop, no lemon pepper. Orange and green is on top, the recruits know it's a new era. College game day, at the route we bout whatever. We a family, a real tribe, championship survive. You see the U on the helmet, you know the vibe. We stay swagged out, putting y'all to shame, no surprise. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. Championships the motto. 83, 87, 89, 91, 2001. We about to get us another one. Let's have some fun. Let's go. We bleed this orange and green. You already know. Don't get this confused. We working. Go run for shelter, cause we coming. It's a Kane thing, y'all wouldn't even understand. Yeah. Let's go. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. It's all about you, baby. Lamar. It's all about the you. It's all about the you.
Yo, what's going on, Canes fans? Bro, how y'all feeling tonight? Let me know in the chat. Hit me up. I appreciate you guys being here for the late night Real Talk stream. I don't know what number this is. Honestly, I'm not really keeping track. So we're just going to roll with it. If you're new here for this series, man, the title describes what the show is. It's late night. It's Real Talk. Everyone here is encouraged to keep it real, be blunt, don't hold back. Don't worry about hurting anyone's feelings, including mine. Speak your mind and get things off of your chest. It's an opportunity for everyone to speak openly about any topic. And yes, you are allowed to curse like a sailor if you would like, Melissa. I feel like Melissa might do that tonight. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling deep in my gut. Melissa's gonna lay a few curse words on us tonight. So Canes fam members, are more than welcome to pop into the video feed and chop it up with everybody. We can have up to 10 people on the screen at once. If you're a Canes fan member and you need the StreamYard link, just check the community tab. I have a post that only Canes fan members can see. I also posted a video probably about 4 hours ago that also only Canes fan members can see. So if you don't know how to get in, jump over to those. It'll show you how to jump into the stream. So tonight is actually going to be pretty fun, I think. I do need to add one disclaimer. I need to go ahead and be up front and let you guys know this. Your boy Coop is feeling kind of sick. I don't know if I've just got a cold. I don't know if it's allergies. I don't know what it is. I'm not feeling very good tonight, but the show must go on. I didn't want to miss an opportunity to hang out with my college football family, so I'm here. But I just want to say I might not be as vocal tonight as I typically am. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I probably won't be live until like 2 a.m. like we were last week. But I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to try. So any Canes fan members, if you pop in, if you guys also want to bring topics and help me to kind of carry the discussions and keep them going, it would be very much appreciated, because let me tell you, I'm not feeling very good. I'm not feeling good at all, bro. So I don't know if that's going to actually make it more entertaining, because I'm going to be on edge and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like tempers, it might not take much to get me going. Okay. So Doodoo, what's up? I see Mullet Run in the building. What's going on? Duck is here. Jordan, JR, Ace. We got Chris Gaffney, King David. What's up, man? How do I feel about Roberts? Elijah Roberts is a good dude, and I think that he can go be successful somewhere else. You know that we had his mother and father on the show a few weeks ago, Shonda and George. Good people, man, all around. I DM'd Elijah and I DM'd his mom, Shonda, a couple of hours ago, and I said, go be great, man. You know, go do your thing. We're all in the same understanding here that we are flipping this roster. Like, we know that there are going to be a lot of players exiting, and it's what's best for them and it's what's best for us. So I gave them my well wishes and I said, go do your thing. So that is 3 players up to this point that have declared that they're going to enter the portal. That would be Gilbert Frierson, that would be Thad Franklin, and Elijah Roberts from earlier today. George, what's going on, man? We got some Gator fans in here. We got Brett. I see Phil. I see Steve 305. What's going on, bro? Rocky in the building. Appreciate y'all for real. Adam, everybody, man. Everybody. So we're about to bring the Canes fan members on the stream. I think you saw a lady in a hoodie around here somewhere. I think so. I think there is someone here that's in a hoodie probably. Can I tell you guys something about the transfer portal and the Miami Hurricanes? So here's the deal. Two things. First off, this is unrelated, but also kind of related. I am going to announce a Coach Coop Discord later this week that you guys are all going to be able to join. In said Discord, I'm going to be a little more open and willing to relay some of the information that is given to me that I don't typically post on my channel. And that's because if I post it on my channel, people can clip it and they can post it out of context and, you know, share it. And they can still share it if it's on Discord, but it's all going to be in text form. So I'm going to be announcing a Coach Coop Discord, and I'm going to use that as an open chat room for all of us, but also an opportunity to give you guys some of that info that's given to me.
You going to report the DNB transfer portal news or not?
The what? The DNB. You gonna report the DNB? Steve, remember I'm sick. I'm gonna give myself a pass tonight because since I'm since I'm sick, I'm gonna say I don't the DNB. I'm not Steve. Help me out, Steve. Help me out. Coop's probably running a fever at the moment. It's the fever brain, Steve. Thank you for the $4.99, man. Let me give a quick shout out also before we get into this thing, guys. John Bird actually donated 10 before the stream even started. He said that, oh, he set me up. Yo, Steve set me up, bro. Oh, he got me. Frick, man. Gosh dang it. So what he meant, guys, is he said, Coop, you were going to report the DNB transfer portal news, and then he said, D's nuts, bruh. Oh, he got me. He got me. Dang it, every time. John Bird said he's going to be hunting for a 10-point buck tomorrow morning, so he couldn't make it, but he dropped a 10 in the tip jar before we got started. So, John, thank you so much for the love, my man. That was a good one, Steve. I can't even, bro, I got no comeback. So if you guys want to join the Discord, it'll be going up later this week. And what I wanted to get on talking about the transfer portal. How many players do you guys think are realistically going to hit the portal? I'm about to bring all of the Canes fan members on. Don't worry. I know you guys are in the back room. I just want to ask what Canes fans realistically think, not what you wish. How many do you honestly think are going to hit the portal? Hit me with a number. How many do you really think? I got you, Javier. Don't worry. We're about to bring everybody in. I want to get a feel from the chat tonight. Guys, we're going to do some cool stuff tonight. We're going to make a list. Me, all the Canes fan members, and everybody in the chat are going to make a list tonight. Trust me, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. William says no less than 25. Okay. Justin says 10. Durr says 14. Elijah 18. Steve says 5. Jorn 18. Kane 23. Okay. What I wanted to tell you guys is I was given a list today. I hate being that guy. But I've got to learn to embrace it a little more and give you guys some info. This obviously could change by the minute. It could be more, it could be less, because these guys are human beings. Some of them might feel like they want to hit the portal and then they're going to change their mind. Some of them might say they're staying and they decide to go. I was given a list today that had 22 names on it of guys that have basically had talks with the coaching staff and or some other people and have said they are probably hitting the portal. And that list, I know I just said it, that list had 22 names on it. I don't know if you guys consider that a lot. I don't know if you consider it not a lot.
This is what it
I
takes.
was thinking around 15 personally.
To you.
So that was a little higher than I thought.
I believe in Cristobal.
The Mullet Run, are you trolling me? I've seen your tweets, and I don't disagree with most of them, actually, believe it or not. So thank you for the 5. Thank you. I think that might be sarcasm, but I'm terrible at detecting sarcasm. Be that guy. I can't tell you guys if there's any truth to that number or not. I truly don't know. I'm just telling you that at this moment, I was given a list that had 22 names on it. And that's all I can say. That's all I can say. It could be right. It could be wrong.
To wear the U on the side of your helmet.
Ivy.
Ooh, okay, Joshua. I know what you mean by that. Thank you for the $2 dono, my man. I appreciate that. Okay. So what we're gonna do? Let's bring the Canes fan members on. I want to talk a little bit about the college football playoffs, and then we're going to make this list that I'm telling you guys about. And I really need to see you guys participate in the chat. Any surprises on that list? There were a couple of names that actually really surprised me, Melissa. And there were a couple of them that made me say, oh boy, I would really like to keep that guy. But if they don't want to be a Miami Hurricane, they got to do what they got to do. And I know you guys are going to be like, Coop, come on, don't do us like that. I'm not going to get in here and take away from their moment and announce something prematurely because they might change their mind. They can't officially hit the portal until December 5th. They're declaring for the portal, a lot of these guys, but they can't hit it till the 5th. So I'm just saying. There were maybe two that were like actually shockers. So it could be right or it could be wrong. Could be right, it could be wrong. All right, let's get some of these people in here, guys. Let me test some things on my end. We might jump right into the thing I want to do while everybody's hot and heavy right now, especially after what I just said. So we might just go ahead and jump into it. Let's get in the studio, man. Let's bring the Canes fan members in here. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. All right, let's see who we got in the building tonight so far. We got our man, Chris. Chris, what's up?
How's it going?
What's up? It's a going. We're rocking and rolling. We also got Jordan in the building. What's up, Jordan?
What's up, guys?
Chilling. Now, Jordan's got a hoodie on. Let's see if Melissa has a hoodie on. She's not at work. Is she rocking a hoodie? She's rocking the Coach Coop Miami Pipe Tee hoodie. Okay.
Dude, it's cold, bruh.
Okay.
Cold.
Man, Jordan, when I was doing my walking and venting today, it was around 35 outside. I looked like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer right there. It was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
And we also got Javier joining us tonight. What's going on, Javier? He's got his mic muted.
Javi! There he is. Oh.
Javi! What's up, man? He's not sure. Oh. We'll give him a second to get it figured out. I appreciate you guys joining us tonight.
Oh, hello?
There it is. Javier, what's up, bro?
Nah, I was sliding the YouTube channel off of the phone screen.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, man.
Because I had a StreamYard and I had the YouTube channel both on the same time.
Okay, I got you. Hey, well, you're here now, so that's what matters. Let me real quick before we dive into this conversation, because I think we should just get into something that was an idea pitched to me by Melissa, but I kind of tweaked it a little bit, and we're going to do something here. I want to see everybody participate and see how this list varies amongst all of us. Let me give a shout out to the Clemson fan in the chat, Vibe. He said 22 players leaving won't look good to recruits. I don't understand why Miami fans that's a good thing. It shows no stability and no buy-in by players. Does anybody want to say anything about that? Because I know what I want to say.
Coming in or buying in?
Yeah, so I can talk about it from a company perspective, right? It's kind of always relate to that. It's an interesting phenomenon that when you go into crisis, it usually pulls a core group together, and then you see the outliers jettison. And the bigger the crisis, the tighter the group. So you can think of like the last time we were super tight as a country with very little, discord or whatever. We were kind of all united around one thing. Would be 9/11, right? So the worse the event, the tighter you get. And so I tend to think this is going to be a great thing because irrespective of talent, we're going to jettison people that aren't on board culturally. And I think, with a little exception, I mean, some players are always going to be better than others. You can teach kids to be better at football. A lot of the core talent and traits we're looking for around not giving up and just living and dying and staying in the, staying up all night long and all that stuff, you can't really teach. And so If we jettison all the other ones, even if they're really good, it'll be tough, but we'll end up a tighter group for it. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I agree with Chris. I think the culture change is a good thing. And if players don't like the discipline and all that, then good luck to them. And people are worried about, I mean, fans are not necessarily fans, but people watching from the outside in general are saying like, oh, well, if you lose half the team, that doesn't look good, blah, blah, blah. But obviously this 2023 class is buying in and, you know, bring them in, keep the players that want to stay and are buying into what Mario's doing and build from there. This isn't going to be a one season turnaround. So I actually saw an interesting question posed on Twitter that said, name the top 5 guys that aren't true freshmen this year that you hope stay next season. And I found some of the answers interesting to that question.
And I do think, though, I think I can understand from an outside perspective for people who don't keep up with Miami, you know, every day like a lot of us do, why they would see it as a bad thing potentially. They just see a mass exodus of players leaving, so they think they don't like Mario, they don't like the coaching staff, they're not down with Miami, and they're just saying recruits are going to say, oh, well, a bunch of these guys are exiting, we don't want to come in, but a lot of these people aren't following everything that's going on with Miami 24/7 like a lot of us are. So,
and we're not behind the scenes. We don't know what Mario's telling these recruits and telling the players.
That's true. Hey, what's going on, Nick Polly?
Not much, man. Not much.
Hey,
Good to meet you.
hey, first time appearance on the late night Real Talk stream. Let's go, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
So, what I actually want to do tonight, if you guys are down to do this, and again, I'm asking for the Canes fan members to participate in this, and also everyone in the chat, but take a little bit of time. Don't just hit me just bing, bang, boom right out of the gate. Really think about this. Give me your top 5 players that are on this roster right now that you believe we cannot lose to the portal. Now, let me add a disclaimer. Give me one that you don't put on that top 5 list. It does not mean that they are hitting the portal, but they could. So I'm looking for 5 guys that to you personally, you were like, we cannot lose these dudes. And it could be offense, defense, special teams, wherever.
Freshmen included?
That, yes. Yep.
Oh, that makes it harder.
And what I'm going to do is we're going to, let's share this screen here. Let's do this. I like making lists. You guys like lists, right? So we're going to make a little list and let's see.
I'm just preparing my sugar rush of Sour Patch and Skittles.
Perfect.
I haven't even seen the list, man.
Your 5 are in no particular order, so just keep that in mind. You're not saying like one is higher than the other, one means more than number 5 or anything like that. Just your top 5 players that you think Miami cannot lose, must keep guys. And of course, we all know that if they're not bought in, if they're not ride or die Canes, we would want them out, but we don't know where they're at mentally.
I'll start because I kind of made this list earlier on Twitter.
Okay, all right.
Unless you want to go first, Coop.
No. I'm down for anybody who wants to go. And you can name one. You can go through and do all 5. It's up to you. Oh. We can kind of go down the list however you want to do it.
Well, I'll start with someone who I think may hit the portal, but I think we need to keep, and that's TBD.
Ooh, okay. Tyler Van Dyke is a must keep.
I definitely worry about our quarterback situation because I don't necessarily think Jakari's ready to be the guy yet. And we don't know if we're going to be able to get a QB out of the portal. So I think keeping TVD is a must, but I'm definitely concerned he might hit the portal. And then as far as the other 4.
And we can pass it around if you want to think about it for a minute. Because we got a lot of people.
No, I'm just trying to narrow, because when I made this list earlier, it didn't include freshmen. So now I'm going through the freshmen in my mind.
Made it a little tougher.
But for me, definite keeps would be Cam, Kitchens.
True. I think that's a big one.
LT.
And Kitchens. Okay.
I'm waiting
LT.
for Coop to keep up.
Hey, and I'm gonna butcher these spellings, okay, y'all?
Wesley Basainthe.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna really butcher that one.
Bissainthe.
Boom. That's definitely how I was gonna spell it. Okay.
And Arroyo.
Arroyo. Ooh, okay. Okay.
And I say Arroyo because TVD definitely had Will Mallory as his security blanket, especially when Restrepo was out. And I think Arroyo has a ton of talent, more so than Mallory. And the tight end position's always been super important at Miami. And I think that kid's a stud. And when he comes back from injury, he's going to make a big difference in our offense.
Okay. So I like the list from Melissa, TVD, Kitchens, Leonard Taylor, Basainthe, and Arroyo. Okay, who wants to go next? And guys, I'm looking in the chat. You can do all 5 in a row. You can go through one at a time. What I'm trying to figure out is just who Canes fans feel like, again, that we just can't lose. Because we're talking about we need to flip the roster. We need to change the culture. But who are guys that you're hoping that we hold on to that don't exit the program?
And we're assuming that, because we don't know, right? But we're assuming in this list that everybody's 100% bought in.
Yes, that would be the assumption. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, if nobody else will jump in,
go ahead.
I think our D line, and I haven't had enough time to like Google and figure out which ones are juniors and seniors and all of that. But
right.
I think that's kind of the one staple we have right now that we can kind of build behind, and TVD for sure. I think I kind of lump the fans that think TVD sucks and we need to go with our third string quarterback. Once we have an offensive line that doesn't make our QB run for their life, anybody that thinks that we shouldn't be going to TVD if he's healthy, I put them in the same group of the fans that think we need to fire the whole coaching staff and fire the band and all that stuff. It's just nuts to me. So TVD, and then I think our D line, if we can keep that intact, then it's something we can build off of, right? So it's
okay, that's fair. I agree. And the D line is something that we've continued to preach, that there's been some consistency there, right? And it's kind of been the strength, so to say, on the defense. So I like that answer. Okay.
I had Mesidor on my list, but since you included freshman, I had to take him off because I think Wesley is a stud. But I give an honorable mention to Mesidor for sure.
I hope that everyone in the chat understands and knows that there are many other players that everyone here would like to retain. It doesn't mean that we want
Colby
everyone
Young.
gone.
I see Colby Young a lot in the chat, and he for sure. But it's hard to pick just 5.
It is, and that's purposely why I made it 5 instead of 10 or 15. Mm-hmm. Just your top 5 guys. So
yep, I'm on my phone reading the chat.
Perfect. And I'm reading what you guys are putting, by the way. We're gonna go through and address it and see what, like Melissa was saying, what the chat is thinking, how you guys are feeling. We're reading it. We're looking at it. So let's see.
Who get blasted for asking this? Who's the young receiver that's kind of showed up lately? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Like the last. Well, when we actually could throw the ball.
Brashard Smith?
Like freshman.
Brashard Smith isn't a freshman, but.
Colby Young, I think. Colby?
You're talking about
Colby Young's the JUCO transfer.
Yep.
Number 88?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yep. He's another one.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people really see a ton of potential in that guy. Like, it would be hard to let him go because we've only seen a little glimpse of what he's capable of. So that would be a tough blow.
I don't think he goes because he transferred, like Mario brought him in. So I think he's definitely bought into the culture. And I think he only goes up from here because, like we said earlier in a different real talk about him learning the playbook and struggled in practice and stuff, he's built to be a receiver. He's a freaking specimen. Like, if we can get some consistency on the offense with the offensive line and a quarterback, he's destined to be great.
Agreed.
In my opinion.
Definitely.
Will Mallory's a senior, right?
Mallory's a senior. Yeah, Mallory does not have any more eligibility left. Okay. That's why I said Arroyo, because I think the tight end position is so important.
Can I say this is late night real talk? Amen. I'm sorry. I realize Mallory has had some flashes, but I feel like Mallory has been here forever.
So Will.
So who's
But
next?
he's a Kane at heart, man. I can't
yeah,
hate on Mallory, man. Listen, him and Brevin Jordan were here at the same time, and Mallory did the one thing Brevin couldn't, and that's stay on the field. And I mean, Brevin Jordan's an athlete and is going to do well in the NFL, but Mallory stayed on the field, and we definitely needed him over the last few years. But we have with Arroyo and Skinner, and then if we have a few tight ends coming in the 2023 class, we're going to be loaded at tight end for sure.
Look, Coach Hayes is in the building, and I said
What?
something. I said something about Mallory
Wait.
on one of Coach Hayes' shows at 3:00 in the morning. I think Jordan knows what I'm referring to. I'm not going to repeat it, but
That's your favorite Kane of all time.
he knows. He knows. So who's next? Me.
I want to hear from Javier and Nick Polly, especially Nick. It's his first time.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's hear what they got to say.
I would say, I know this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I would actually go with Jakari.
Okay.
TVD.
I don't think that's unpopular.
I agree. TVD would be great, but I don't see our offensive line improving enough to protect him. So I think with some improvement from Jakari, he would be able to scramble a lot better and save us in some games next season.
Okay, so Jakari is a must keep. Who else you got?
Definitely Leonard Taylor, and I had Messador.
Okay, Messador. That's another good one. Another popular one.
Colby Young.
All right, you got room for one more. You got to think about this one.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that and come back to that one.
Okay. Now, guys, like I said, forgive me if I butcher these. Like, I'm literally, you guys see me struggling to work WordPad or whatever the heck open office I'm using for this. I'm a YouTuber. I'm not someone who inputs things into documents, so I'm struggling a little bit here.
I don't disagree with any of people's picks right now that have gone.
So, for the quarterback, the reason why I picked him, like if we had a good offensive line, I would definitely say TVD hands down. I just don't think we have a good enough offensive line to keep him healthy.
Jordan, Javier, thoughts?
Go ahead, Javi.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't have regular TV to follow sports news or anything like that. I been mostly researching the Dolphins rather than the Hurricanes. But
hey, and I'll tell you,
based on
Javier, I was just gonna say, even if you don't have 5, even if it's just 2 or 3, just guys that you feel like Miami cannot part with, cannot lose those guys.
Well, yeah. So based on me watching the games and how they perform, I truly believe Jakari's not gonna go anywhere because he's a freshman, and he's been playing well, and you can see the team responding to Jakari, especially the defense. The defense played hard against Clemson, and once he was benched, like I felt like the defense were not playing as hard, but at the same time, we don't have anything to play for, so Mario pull them out, and we need to keep them healthy and safe for next year. So
who you think we need to keep?
We need to keep Jakari,
okay,
Jake as well, Jake Garcia. Give him some opportunity as well, because the roster team also responds well with him. But I would not care so much if TVD goes. I really want to see Mario Cristobal do something similar to Al Golden, which is start all true freshmen. You know, they're the ones that really are more passionate, really want to play hard physical ball. I've been following on Twitter on Twitter what the alumni say. You know, the former Canes players say. You know, and a lot of them say that some of these players got to go. And you know, I also talked to Charles Farms the third. He's a good friend of mine. He's a former Canes player, and you know, lately we've been having players that are, you know, he does this hand motion, which is like kittens. You know, they play soft. So that's why I say that like at least half the roster is gonna go to portal or they're gonna be transferred out because Mario just wants players that really want to play.
Fair. All right. So you got any more?
I say like 26. I say like 26 people are gonna leave.
Okay. All right. So we got 2 QBs locked in for Javier. What about Jordan? Or I can go if you want, Jordan. Up to you.
No, I'll go ahead and jump on it. First off, we got a person in the chat with the name Bye Bye Bosworth. Dude, that brings back good memories, but we're not going to get to that right now. The old song at the Orange Bowl. I'm not going to sing it. Okay, let's get to the list. All right. So I agree with everybody, like Melissa said. Personally, we need to keep all the running backs. Now, I think Parrish, this is his last year, right? He don't have any more eligibility left. But
no, I think he does.
That's actually a good question. Does he have one more year?
I think he's a junior.
I mean, I love to see the running backs stay. I like to see Chaney get some time on the field. And of course, you got the dynamic duo of Lucius and Citizen Kane. I like to see the defensive line stay. And we need 2 out of 3 of the quarterbacks to stay. I really like for Jakari to stay. Tyler or Jake, I like to have Tyler stay for his experience, but we need at least 2 out of the 3 to stay.
Jordan's just picking position groups.
I mean, we've had everybody and their brother play these positions. We really haven't had a whatever. But anyway, yeah, and I'm gonna go with the sexy pick of Cam Kinchins. But X-Man, we need the X-Man to stay.
Look at me, just like, bro. What have I done to this list? Know. Like, I can't type anything without it. Like, bro,
just go to the bottom, Coop. Just go to the bottom.
It don't matter.
Oh my goodness!
Like I said, I'm basically in agreement with everybody on here. Kobe Young, Arroyo, Bassett, all those guys. You know.
If you see me laughing in the background, it's me laughing at Coop trying to make this list.
Bro, like, absolutely. Oh my word.
It's the fever. It's the fever. We need to get Coop
It's the fever brain. It is the fever brain, man. So hold on, Jordan. I got Young. I got Xavier. I need you to lock in 5. And only 5.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's go with Mesidor the Matador.
Okay.
Put me down for Colby Young.
Okay, got it.
And Jakari.
Okay.
That's 4.
Yep.
All right, and throw me down for I really want the Roosters to stay.
Oh, okay. Did you say that just because that's my dude, Jordan?
Yeah, I'm sucking up to you tonight, Coop.
Okay, perfect. I like it. I'll take it. All right. And like, guys, just ignore the jank job from this. Like, I don't need it's broken beyond repair. So
could have used an Excel file.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Coop.
Yeah.
Real quick before you give yours,
okay.
I'll throw you a little bit of a curveball, like the big head scratcher.
Uh-oh.
So what if you try to build this list based on the inverse? Based on the players that we or positions we're going to need to fill using the transfer portal, which is essentially what our coach has to do, right?
So
you see what I'm going with that?
So are you saying name specific players or position groups that we need to bring in, or are you referring to guys that need to or should exit?
So like, okay, if you look at just quarterbacks, I would agree if we don't improve our O-line, as much as I think TVD is the franchise quarterback we've been looking for a long time, if he has to run for his life every time he gets the ball, he'll be less effective than the other two. However,
we're bringing
if you
guys
take into account that's right. So would you take into account the inverse of this, where we're bringing in transfers to fill those spots and depth on, like, let's say our O-line, this gets to be a really interesting exercise, if that makes any sense.
We're bringing in Mygoa and likely Samson, which are 2 5-star offensive linemen.
Yeah, but that kind of goes back to what Coop just put out in his video about, even though they're coming in and freshmen, they're probably not going to be ready by the time TVD's ready to go. Like, he'll be leaving the program before they're actually ready.
Who says they're not going to be ready? Why? Based off of what we've seen, you really don't think they're going to get playing time?
So they'll probably get play time, but are they going to be developed enough to go up against another Clemson D?
Well, no one's expecting us to win a national championship next year. They just want to see. I mean, I guess some people.
I hope they're not. I was about to say.
Half the fans.
I'm just expecting progress. I'm expecting progress. I think Mygoa is a day 1 starter.
Oh, I agree.
If
he comes in, I think he'll be starting too.
And I think Samson also, assuming we land him, is also a day 1 starter. Inez Cooper has improved so much over this season. I don't know if you've been watching, if you guys have been paying attention to him. And then maybe we get someone from the portal. And then we have the Oregon transfer. Has he been playing this year? I forget his name. The guy that benched 800 pounds or something. Coop, your struggle is hilarious.
Yeah, this is funny. I'm not laughing at anything.
I'm
not laughing at what y'all saying.
You're not allowed to laugh at this. You're banned if you laugh at this.
And Coop, I'm so sorry, man. I derailed us, man. You got to give us your 5.
No, you're good. You're good. Like I said,
God, he'll never get that on there.
Hey, after this, I want to get Chris's thoughts on Ohio State.
Here we
thank
go.
you. Can we extend the stream for 2 hours?
I want to hear his thoughts on the Ohio State-Maryland game. But Coop, give us your picks, man.
Okay. Yeah. All right, my 5. I look, I've got this thing in the bag now. I've got this thing figured out. For me, I do not want to lose my man Andreas Borregales. I do not want to go through. We've had problems with kickers for a long time up until we got his brother, and then we brought in Andy, and then with Headley. I feel like people always downplay the importance of special teams until it comes down to a field goal to win the game or an onside kick, and then everybody moans and complains about it. We can't lose Andy because the dude is a solid kicker. I realize he's had a couple that he's missed in big-time games, but I think that dude's going to be solid for us for a couple more years. I would assume that he's staying no matter what, but again, if I want to put him on the list, I would not want to lose Trevante Citizen. We haven't got to see anything from him yet, but another guy that I think could be a big playmaker for us. Wouldn't want to lose him. I have to agree with you guys. I think a couple people put Basaint, correct? At least Melissa did, I believe. Would not want to lose Basaint. I think he's
a stud.
That's a guy that Cam. Can't lose Cam. I'm trying to not copy everyone else, but some of these answers are just too obvious.
I mean, they're all great answers.
It's hard not to have overlap.
And you got some good ones on the chat too. I mean,
who's the?
Someone said Jalen Rivers.
That could be a potential.
I think that's an interesting pick. Anthony Mendez said Jalen Rivers. I think that you can't go wrong with that. Keeping a guy who's progressing on the O-line.
I'm going to be honest. I know that he's already on the list a couple of times from Melissa and from Nick Polly, but I still have to throw Leonard Taylor in there. And it's because for me personally, not even just what we've seen from him on the field. I think I told this story before. And again, it's the freaking fever brain, man. So forgive me if I've told this, if someone else has, wherever this information came from. But I remember talking with someone, and they said that Leonard Taylor himself approached the coaching staff at one point during the season and said, I don't feel like I'm playing up to my standard and how I should be performing. And he approached the coaching staff and said, can we try to do something different? What are some suggestions that you guys can make? And they went in and they sat down with him and they changed up his diet. They kind of tweaked his workout routine, and he took all of it to heart, and we've seen it kind of pay off for him. And for me, that's huge. That accountability for him to come forward and say, I don't feel like I'm playing well enough. Can we work and try to fix this thing and make me better? So for me, that's
a sophomore.
Exactly. That is huge. So for that reason, and I've got to put LT on there, man. Have to. So that's my 5.
And I think that's one of the tough things
I think my 5th one would be Knighton.
Rooster, also trying to get some brownie points with Coop. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Just the way he took that resilience and came back.
True.
Like that's not easy for young guys to do.
Very true.
Because he was taking a lot of heat after all those drops.
I agree 100%. All right.
Is that like forever or just until he fumbles again?
No, man.
Look. No, I think he can keep bouncing back if he did fumble again.
I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know if he's gonna let that ball come out of his hands again.
I almost put Rooster on the list just because, again, I love the potential there. It's gonna be tough for me with Rooster, if we consider the fact that Oh my gosh, I really just messed it up now. Oh,
all right,
boy.
I think we just cut that out.
Yeah.
We've already made the list, Coop.
We've made it. Yep.
You're good.
We'll,
You're good,
let's stop sharing the screen.
Yourself.
Let's oh my gosh, that was so cringy.
This is better than the after party the other night.
You know, one of the things that's going to be really interesting, and I think it's going to be one of the biggest challenges on our coaching staff, is going to be, like O-line is just the easiest example of this. So our O-line is pitiful right now, but that doesn't mean that it's pitiful because the players suck. It could be because we're starting 3 true freshmen. So do you bring in more offensive linemen or not, based on how you think the freshmen are then going to improve into next year? Like, there's going to be some crystal ball type crap that our coaching staff is going to have to do so that they're focused appropriately, and they can't just use this season to figure that out. I think it'll be interesting to see.
I don't think you can ever have too much depth in the O-line.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
That, and also I think you would have to see who's really buying in.
What's going on with
I think at the end of, like, in the next month, we'll know that. Or not month.
Did you just bring an FSU fan into the chat?
I think I know who that is, to be honest, because I see a Nintendo Switch in his hand. And
there he is.
Here's what you guys don't know. Steve and I were up until 4 o'clock this morning playing Pokemon together, and I'm not kidding.
Who was Violet? Who was Scarlet? Who was the Indigo Power Ranger?
So do you guys hold hands when we play FSU as well, or just do you have take a day off?
It's like a budding romance.
Sitting down together, and that's about it.
Oh man,
it's like a conservative marrying a liberal.
It's like when they go to football games together and they go to the bathroom, they use the urinals next to each other.
Wow.
Again, are they holding hands? I probably can't say that.
I see they both drink Mountain Dew.
Now, before we shift gears on anything, really quick, I do want to. I want to bring up a name that I'm seeing tossed around in the chat, and it's people saying they want this guy to go. not that they want him to stay. Now, you guys know that I try to approach the player situation with constructive criticism, not hate, because these guys are Miami Hurricanes. But at the same time, it's late night real talk, and you're open to, you know, give your opinion on it. I'm seeing a lot of people say they want James Williams to transfer out. How do people feel about that?
I don't necessarily. Well, it's not. I don't want to say I don't necessarily disagree or agree. I can understand their frustration because they've had was a lot of hype around him at the beginning of the season, and he hasn't necessarily lived up to those expectations. He has a lot of potential, but I don't know the behind the scenes of that.
Well, I mean,
was he injured earlier this year?
I don't remember. I don't remember him dealing with an injury that I'm aware of. The biggest controversy with James is just his tackling. A lot of people feel like he doesn't wrap up often enough. A lot of people feel like maybe he's a little too lanky, not heavy enough for the position. Like a lot of
he's trying to strip the ball. He's trying to go after the ball a lot. That's what I've noticed, that he's not wrapping up because he's trying to strip on every tackle.
And yeah, again, 15 yards out of bounds, he's doing it.
And again, guys, it's not about hate. That's not what we're doing. We're not going live to sit here and say, boy, I hope this guy hits the portal. We're just having a conversation about it. There are going to be a lot of guys who do hit the portal, so we're just discussing it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, when James does he does a good tackling technique and wraps up. That dude can stop a Mack truck, but it looks like here lately, and it may just be because of the situation we find ourselves in. He just seems a little more flustered, frustrated, you know.
That's interesting. Bobby says put 15 pounds on him and move him to defensive end. He would be a monster on the edge. I think Bobby and I talked about that the other day. I don't think that he would want to make that move, but he has
I would say
length.
linebacker. I would say linebacker before defensive end.
He could be Ted Hendricks 2.0.
Do you guys? This is the first season in a long time I haven't beat my head against a wall to the point where one side's flat over the tackling. It seems like it's like missed assignments and more head stuff where we're we're just leaving somebody wide open that burns us more than it is somebody runs through 4 tackles. At least that's what I've seen. I could be wrong, but
no,
I don't know. I
missed
noticed
tackles
a lot
and drop
of missed
balls.
tackles in the Clemson game.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall though, I think Chris is right. I see kind of what he means. I see his point of view with it also. But I don't know, that's a tough conversation to have. Yeah, I don't really know where I stand on that, to be honest, Chris.
It feels like we're playing a lot of zone defense this year, not man-to-man. And it's hard to analyze the defense when, they hike the ball and we zoom into the quarterback and you can't really see what the DBs are doing. But every time there's a pass, he's 10 yards wide open, and then some guy has to chase after him for half a minute to tackle him. And that just makes me think we're just playing zone a lot. So do we not have the personnel to play man? And if that's true, that's probably the problem.
And I mean, it's possible. It is. I did want to say one thing also real quick. I do like the idea. I had discussed this with Chris a little last week or the week before, and I would like to take some topic suggestions from the chat as well. Yeah. If there's anything that you guys want to discuss or see us discuss with us, in any questions, it can be directed at me, it can be directed at the whole group, and then we can just open up and discuss it. And what I'll do is I'll pin it on the screen so everyone knows the topic that we're talking about, and just drop something in the chat every now and then, kind of throughout the stream, and we can bring it up and talk about it. That way, last week we talked about Josh Gaddis for 4 hours straight. So I am okay with rotating just continuous topics all night long. And like I said, just forgive me, guys. I swear. Remind me, Jordan, Melissa, Chris, Nick, Javier, Steve, everybody. I don't want to keep repeating this, but I feel like I'm gonna be blunt. I feel like just absolute dog shit right now. So if people can help me out, I'm feeling rough at the moment. So I'm not in the best train of mind here right now. So
I want to get Chris's thoughts on the Ohio State Maryland game.
Here we go.
Come on, Chris.
You guys really want to hear this?
I think we do.
I'm suggesting a topic.
All right. Are there any Ohio State fans that are gonna cry and potentially unsubscribe if I get true?
I don't care. They can take it. They
Coop
can
won't
take it.
miss them.
No, there's some good Ohio State fans in the chat. I can tell you that. They're good dudes. They root for the wrong team, but they're good dudes. But it's okay. You speak your mind.
So all right. So if I'm gonna talk Ohio State, let me preface. I break Ohio State fans into two groups. Okay. There's the ones that say, yeah, that call was total horseshit and we didn't really deserve to win, but we'll take it. And those guys are okay. They're fine people.
He's referring to the 2002 national championship game.
Yeah, and if you are in this stream or here and watching and call yourself a Canes fan and haven't seen that, like go watch. Yeah, it's awesome. So. And then you have those fans that like to defend it. And those are the ones there's like a special place for, okay, that want to like try to describe how it's possibly a good call and whatever. So with that said, it doesn't surprise me. I think the whole conference is horse shit. And I think that they're all overrated because they play each other. And if you look, I was looking earlier, none of them have played a single opponent worth a damn. Ohio State, their big signature win outside of beating up on the other overranked teams is Notre Dame. And that's only because Notre Dame hadn't played anybody else. It was the first game of the year. So they were still ranked number 5 or whatever the hell it was. And of course, once they lost that, now they're what, like 5-5 or 6-4 or something like that.
I think they're ranked.
And then it's the same. Notre Dame?
Yeah, Notre Dame only lost 3 so far, I think. 3 or 4.
They lost like the first 3 games of the season. But they shut out Clemson.
Yeah, that's literally what I was going to ask. I don't know who their losses are. I actually
when
have
I call
no
these
idea.
losses out, it'll make more sense. So
Okay.
give me 30 seconds. So they lost to Marshall and Stanford.
Ooh.
They've got another one and Ohio State. So yeah, so they beat Clemson but lost to Marshall. There you go. And Stanford's what? 2-4. Well, that's as of then. I don't know now. Anyways, they're Marshall. So anyway, so you look at Penn State, Michigan again. I just look. I was incredibly impressed with the amazing display of defense they had in their game against Maryland, where they gave up 30 on a team that's won, I think, 4 games this year. So I'm looking forward to them playing a real team. And as a Miami fan for the last 15 years, with one or two exceptions, the highlight of my life as it relates to college football is watching Ohio State come into the playoffs overranked and get just dismantled. It's basically like when we let Hawaii play that one year. It's the same thing. It's like let that person in, as a favor or whatever. We need to let them participate, and then they get destroyed. That's Ohio State. So that's how I feel about that. I could go on for hours about my disdain for the fact that
we didn't even talk about the game last night. You didn't even bring up the game last night.
Well, I did. The 30 points. I mean, I didn't get to watch it. So candidly, I was traveling. I was on a plane trying to watch our game and that, and so I didn't get to see
Maryland
a lot. I just
had
know
the
that
lead at halftime.
Yeah, they had the lead till it's like a 3-point game till the last 5 minutes, right, or something like that.
Yeah, it really basically Ohio State won by 3. It's kind of seems like more because at the last minute of the game, the quarterback threw an interception down in Ohio State's red zone, and they scored, and the guy got it's Tua's younger brother, Talia Tagovailoa, whatever. But it was a close game.
Ohio State, they have a legit offense. It's just they have
they have no defense.
Yeah, it's like a high school defense that Georgia or Tennessee or
Well,
LSU
let me
any
ask
of these-
this: with all of the crazy, wild, close games over the weekend, has anybody's top 4 for the college football playoffs changed? Michigan squeaks by, Ohio State comes back, TCU holds on to win with a late field goal, USC in a close one but high scoring, Tennessee goes down.
USC in a close one to a ranked UCLA.
Yeah,
That's like another Miami FSU rivalry that is usually always close. But Caleb Williams had an impressive outing. I watched that game.
So what are we thinking then?
I think USC enters the conversation.
Okay, I think so too. Also, actually,
as a contender or as one of the 4 teams that'll play.
As one of the possible 4, I don't necessarily think they're gonna win, but we were talking about this in the chat before the stream started about like, what if this happens? What if this happens? Blah blah blah. If TCU loses, they're out of contention for the playoff, in my opinion. I think TCU losing or USC losing like the Pac-12 championship, and with Tennessee losing another one and Hendon Hooker having torn his ACL, I think depending on how the Ohio State-Michigan game goes, and there's enough people losing, I could see maybe even both of them making the playoffs and getting destroyed in whatever in the first round of it, whatever. Honestly, at this point, I don't think anyone's beating Georgia. It's my opinion. I think it's irrelevant who the other 3 teams are at this point.
Got any questions yet, Coop?
So what's everybody's top 4? Let me just see. Just hit me with it quick, and then I'm gonna look to the chat for some topics. I'm looking for the chat to answer too. I don't know why I like the playoff talk.
Someone just said, look at USC year 1 versus Miami year 1. I'm like, that's apples and oranges. You can't compare it.
No, exactly.
Every coach coming in is gonna. I mean, Florida is 6-5 year 1 with a new head coach. We're 5-6. They're struggling just as much as we are. You really can't compare one new head coach to the other. And also, freaking Lincoln Riley brought half of his talent from Oklahoma with him to USC. So you can't really compare that. But anyway, go ahead and name your top 4. Sorry.
I'm right now I'm liking Georgia, Michigan, TCU, and I'm gonna go with USC.
So you think Ohio State loses to Michigan?
Always hope for that.
Oh, okay.
I really care less. You can interchange them. I just prefer not to see Ohio State in there. I'm sorry.
I've got Georgia. I'm sorry, Chris. Ohio State. That doesn't mean I think they're good, but Georgia, Ohio State, USC, and TCU.
What's the over/under on the Georgia-Ohio State game?
On which game?
Georgia-Ohio State.
You mean Ohio State, Michigan?
No, he said Georgia and Ohio State.
Oh, you mean if they played what I thought what I think it will be. I got you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we're jumping ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
No, I'm in the same boat though as Melissa and probably 90% of the other people in the chat. I don't know realistically who could beat Georgia. Like I really don't, and I hate to say that, but I just think it's the truth.
My top 4 are the same as yours: Georgia, Ohio State, TCU, and USC.
Yep.
That's assuming Ohio State beats Michigan, which is I think is going to happen, unfortunately.
I don't think USC has the defense. I don't think that TCU can hang with Georgia, period.
Anybody.
Yeah. I don't. Ohio State, no.
doesn't have the defense.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can take them down. It hurts to say that, but I think it's the truth. What about you, Nick? What 4 are you thinking?
I would say probably Georgia, Michigan. I think Clemson's going to sneak in.
They could.
And the 3rd place would probably be either USC or TCU.
Okay. The first Clemson coming in. Okay.
I just think it's hard to knock out a 1-loss ACC champion. If that's assuming they win the championship.
Now, does it affect Clemson at all with North Carolina losing to Georgia Tech and then Clemson beating them in the ACC championship? Would that
I think
would that downplay that victory?
I think Clemson needs to make it a very dominating,
win.
convincing victory. It needs to. It can't be like a 24-20 game. It needs to be like how they beat us.
Yeah, I agree.
But hey, in the last year of the Coastal, why not have the craziness of the Coastal being the Coastal with UNC losing to Georgia Tech?
Yeah.
I mean, what better way for the Coastal to go out than shenanigans?
Hey, since Georgia Tech beat North Carolina and North Carolina is playing in the ACC championship, Miami basically made it to the ACC championship, right?
Is that how we're rolling? Are we going to think that way?
Isn't that how it works?
Well, we
Guys,
did outscore Clemson 32
thoughts?
in the third quarter.
Can I just say, if LSU somehow beats Georgia, I will go insane with what's going to happen with the playoffs. But
Georgia
we basically made the ACC championship because we beat Georgia Tech and they beat UNC. There you go.
Can I tell you?
We can roll with that.
Can I tell you guys a secret that won't be a secret anymore after I say this? I put $50 on LSU to win the national championship.
Oh my God, I'd never hear the end of it.
You finally decided on the bet. You were going back and forth on that for a bit.
I put money on. Now you guys heard my philosophy on betting. I put money on LSU and USC, not because I think they're the best option to win. It's because of the odds, and I'm hoping that maybe they sneak in and a miracle happens.
And then you look like a genius.
Exactly. Bingo. I think it was like plus 4,000 odds for LSU and plus 2,500 for USC.
So you were sweating with that USC UCLA game being
close
last
night.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sweating.
Sure was. But it's still
I hope
alive.
your USC bet, gets them into the playoffs, but I can't root for LSU because I can't, like I said, I can't deal with the FSU. Oh, we beat them, blah blah blah. And now they're in the playoffs, and everybody was clowning Brian Kelly with his little dance when they were on that little spinny thing with the recruits and stuff. Yeah, true. You can still clown him.
I do.
He all of a sudden developed a southern accent. I mean, come on.
That was
it's embarrassing.
Javier, Steve, you guys got your 4? Then we're going to take some topics from the chat here.
For what? Like, who's gonna go to the playoffs?
Yep. Who's your 4? Who you thinking? This is your chance to point back to this stream and say, I was a flipping genius, guys. I predicted it.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I do have a buddy that I met when we were in the nursing home. We both had medical problems that we ended up in the nursing home, but we both enjoyed watching UM games, and we were watching Ohio State games. So I'm picking Ohio.
Okay.
And I also agree with Nick about Clemson. They're probably sneaking in there too. Only because Clemson has been in those rounds. And I really don't have anybody else other than those 2.
Okay. Steve?
Georgia, Michigan, Clemson, and Florida State.
Don't we have a lightning round on
Next topic.
Sun shower.
Lightning round. I'm doing it. So I like
that's the most super chats I've done on a stream. Just because I was just making stupid sarcastic comments.
Oh man. And like I said, guys, I know that when we bring we have a whole panel here, I don't interact with the chat quite as much, but I'm reading your comments. Melissa's reading your comments. I see Jordan reading people's comments and stuff. So we're reading what you guys are putting. And I like what Chris is doing here. Chris is donating 5 for each topic, and then we're going to put it up on the screen and discuss it. Let me give a huge shout out real quick before we do that to the people who I missed some donations earlier. So Shane Keena, thank you very much for the 10, my friend. I'm sure we're past this, but I do want to see what Shane had to say. Shane said, best thing for recruiting and general business stability is flipping from private to public university and take over Tropical Park for the stadium, and more university functions make money. I see where you're coming from. I think we all know that that's a pipe dream and definitely wouldn't happen, but I see where you're coming from, Shane. Glenn came through with the 2 and gave his 5. Garcia, Daryl Jackson, Rooster, Kinchins, and Young. I like it, Glenn. I approve. Steve, been in the waiting room for 4 minutes. Four. Steve, what does that say? 420 minutes?
Bro, I was at 50 characters, bro. 20 minutes.
Thank you for the 2, Steve. Glenn came through with another 2. We need to stop all the penalties. New discussion. Yeah, we're going to rotate. We got you. All right, so Chris with the first.
I found a good question that we could ramble off in a minute.
Okay.
Joshua Boole, I don't know if I say that, donated 5, but he said, "What's the worst Miami loss you've ever seen, and what's the best win you've ever seen?"
Ooh. Okay. Worst loss.
I can name mine because I've been thinking about it for 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with games that I've actually been to. The worst loss I've ever seen was the ACC championship in 2017 against Clemson.
Okay.
And
fair.
then the best win I've seen, I'm gonna name 2. My freshman year in 2004, our first game of the season at the Orange Bowl was Miami FSU, and we won in overtime with Frank Gore going beast mode. And then also the Notre Dame game in 2017. And I was there for all 3 of those games, so I'll roll with those.
I'm kind of on board with Melissa. If it's a game I've been to, it kind of makes more of an impact as opposed to watching it on TV. So for me, one of the biggest wins I got to see was the 2018 comeback against Florida State, just because I was there at Hard Rock, and Canes fans were just shocked, man. If you said you were there, Melissa?
I was there.
So yeah, when
and
people were
by
walking
halftime,
around,
I was drunk and pissed.
yeah, people were just hanging their heads. People were like, "It's over, man. We're done." And then that place just
remember the turnover
exploded.
backpack?
Yep.
FSU had the turnover backpack.
Man, and when we got those turnovers and the Kosi Perry started slinging it, we got a couple touchdowns. That stadium just erupted. For me, for worst, it's probably just because it's burned into my brain. It's still just Middle Tennessee, just because it was just a pure shocker. Like nobody expected that. Nobody predicted Middle Tennessee to win. And if you say you did, then I need to see the receipts, because I don't think anybody expected a loss against the Blue Raiders. Period. That's my take.
I wasn't there for that game. I picked games I was actually at.
Fair.
But yeah, that definitely. For sure.
I would agree with Middle Tennessee for the worst. My best would have to be on my wedding day when we beat Ohio State in 2011. That just made my wedding day so much better.
But wait though, Nick, your wedding day was on a day of college football?
I know, man. It wasn't supposed to be.
In his defense, people plan weddings like a year out. So he probably didn't know that game was going to happen on that day.
No, I knew.
But
I just didn't want to
plan a wedding during college
wife.
Football season is risky.
I didn't want to piss off my future wife, but I knew.
Happy wife, happy life.
Happy life.
Hey, I told her we were going to the bar after with the whole group, and we were just going to watch the game and get drunk. So it worked out.
This is why I'm single. I don't have to worry about planning a wedding on college football season. It's easier just to stay single.
And I have cousins that are from Ohio and went to Ohio State that came and watched the game with us. So it was awesome to trash talk to them.
True. That would be pretty cool.
I want to know Chris's answers to this.
All right. Well, worst is obviously just because we had the best football team in the history of college football and it was stolen from us, would be the Ohio State theft.
I knew it.
I would put that as, just above and beyond everything. And then best is tough. So excitement wise, the win over Duke, while it didn't really matter much, like 13 laterals or whatever, was pretty sporty. And then I'm trying to find it was what year was it? It was.
Hey, that's kind of one of those.
Or go ahead.
That game was kind of one of those Ohio State moments, though,
Well, the Duke.
That was a
the
pretty
Duke
shitty
game,
call because we shouldn't have got that.
That Duke
His
game
knee
was
wasn't
the Duke game
down.
was right after one of the players' family members died, right? Wasn't that right after? Didn't Artie Burns, or was it Artie Burns? Didn't one of his family members pass away? Wasn't that game like right after that, or am I mistaken?
I honestly don't recall.
I could be wrong.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And Nick, I don't really feel bad about the knee thing because that might be the only call that's gone in our direction in the history of Miami football. So if we get one, I'll take it. And then the De'Aaron King comeback on North Carolina back in 2020. I think we came back and scored like whatever it was 14 or 21 points in the last like 2.5 minutes or whatever. It was pretty solid. Again, neither one were big like impacts as far as like where we were in the national standings at the time, but excitement wise, they were pretty cool.
Oh man, the last game in the OB. I might have to change my answer to that one because I was there for that. I'm gonna change my answer. It's not the Clemson game. The last game, versus Virginia in the Orange Bowl. That was my last game as a student. I was a senior.
We got demolished in that game, right?
I'm gonna change my answer to that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Was that the like
48-0.
48-0? Yeah.
48-0.
I was looking up.
The game started with Travis Benjamin returning the kickoff for a touchdown and it getting called back for a block in the back or a hold.
I was looking up.
It was all downhill.
I was looking up stats for that game last night because I didn't get to watch it at the time. So
they should have canceled demolition of that just for one more season so we didn't go out that way.
I tried to take something from the Orange Bowl on my way out, but I didn't want to get arrested.
Was Virginia that good at were they ranked at the time?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think that was a surprise.
This is the senior walk T-shirt from that game. If you see Orange Bowl.
Oh, nice.
This was the last
Man, I'm jealous so many of you guys got to go to the Orange Bowl. I'm super jelly.
That was my undergraduate time, my 4 years there. And my best year there was in 2004, and then it was all downhill from there when we had Brock Berlin.
All right. So how about we jump over? How about we jump over to some of these topics from the chat and see what everybody on the panel here thinks. We'll go through them one by one.
You don't want to know what my best and worst game
was?
Yep,
Jordan.
Yeah, what about mine, Coop?
Yeah, I mean,
Steve, no one cares what you think.
I'm not trolling on this one.
Go ahead, Steve. Do your thing.
No, I'd rather listen to Jordan.
In all honesty, the worst loss ever in my memory, even though I did watch that Rose Bowl game, has to be the Pittsburgh loss at the end of 2017 because it gave us such false hope at the end of that season. We were ranked like, I think, second in AP and third in coaching, something like that. And like, oh yeah, we're finally back, baby. We're going to a championship. And then just that pathetic game, losing to Pittsburgh. And then I think we even lost like the next two. We lost like the ACC championship game.
We lost to Clemson, and then we lost to Wisconsin in the Orange Bowl.
Yeah. So
I was at two of those. I was at the ACC championship and at the Orange Bowl game, and it was sad. And
but before we played that Pitt game, I purchased my tickets for the ACC championship.
Me too. Me too. Walking into that ACC championship game, I did not have a good feeling.
His most exciting win has to start with wide. Left or right, one or the other, but go ahead.
I was going to name that, man, but I'm going to be honest. Like, my memory of, like, the early 2000 FSU Miami Opens is, like, really fuzzy because I was kind of young back then. So I don't really remember, like, which years we won and which years we don't. I just remember for sure that we stopped playing each other because it didn't matter who won. It just ruined the season for who lost. But my favorite victory is the one over Notre Dame. Because I was born in '93, so I didn't really get to experience the Catholic versus Cons, but I really did. That was an amazing game to watch.
Yeah, I was still in high school when we won the Natty, so I didn't appreciate it as much. I was like a junior in high school. Oh no, I was. It's 2001. I was like a freshman in high school, so I wasn't as big of a Miami fan then. I didn't really start getting really into Miami football until I started school there in 04. So I didn't get to enjoy the good times as much.
Yeah, the Catholics Cons could have been the coolest thing ever, except we lost. So
I hated that. I don't care. You can't make that. I hated it. Cleveland Gary did not fumble.
Walking off the plane in fatigues, one of
That
the coolest things ever.
That it was.
Except we lost.
I know.
So it made it less cool.
Yeah.
But it could have been there.
It's kind of like a lot of our
All right,
games
Jordan,
now.
what's yours?
It's really cool and exciting until we kick off and start the game.
Yeah, I mean the beginning, the entrance of the FSU game. I mean the stadium was lit. But...
Come on, no more laughs from that. I thought that was a good one.
Jordan,
I like
what's
those
your
meetings.
answers?
All right, so I got a three-way tie for losses. Of course, Middle Tennessee State. All right, I'm going back before 2000, so y'all just hang on in there. So we got Middle Tennessee State. And then back for me personally, it was the Fiesta Bowl against Arizona after the 93 season. And then the loss to East Carolina, I think it was 96. But my best game, and I was there, was when Miami come down here to Baton Rouge in 1988 and beat the fool out of LSU and the Typhoon. I was there, baby. I was
bet
there.
you love that.
I loved it. But, dude, I'll be honest with you. There's so many highs and so many lows. We could be here all night on that, dude.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, what's the question?
So our first question here comes from North Kentucky Canes. I like the way Chris has kind of laid this out, so it makes it nice and easy. Who or what type of quarterback do we try to get in the transfer portal? And I guess, of course, we have to assume that we are looking for a quarterback out of the portal. So we'll just play hypothetical pretend with this.
I can't name a name necessarily. I'd have to look into it more. But given the issues with our O-line, I think we need a dual threat. We need a guy that's mobile until we solve the O-line issue.
Got to be fast. What is that?
All right, I'm going to jump in only because I'm opposite. So I think it's opposite. I think TVD will be here next year, and by the time whoever it is we bring in actually takes a snap, Mario is going to feel like our O-line is in a different position than it is right now. So I'm actually going to say a quarterback that fits in the offensive scheme that Mario actually envisions us having long term, which I think is very different than what we see today.
You're thinking more long term future than short term. Okay. I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, I think we've got either Brown or I think Garcia's gone, but either Brown or TVD, depending on whether we have a sieve for an offensive line again or not. And that'll be next year, right? And then it's more like, what do we need next franchise QB?
Okay, fair.
I'm sorry. I was laughing at Steve's cat antics on the screen. That was freaking hilarious.
Trying to steal the show, man. Just typical cat.
Oh my god, it looks almost identical.
Is somebody's TV on or radio?
Yeah,
or
I hear feedback from something, but I can't tell where it's coming from.
Because I have one earbud in, and my eardrum is starting to get very annoyed.
Let me check. I think it's coming from Javier. Javier, do you have a TV or radio or something on? Or I wonder if it's getting feedback from the stream. Because I get an echo or
a TV or radio on?
Or something.
Yeah, for some reason we're getting feedback on your end. Because if I manually mute your mic, it goes away.
Okay. Well, no, I don't have anything that's audio on, except for my fan. But no, I think the problem is my internet. My internet is starting to lag.
Okay. If you want, here's what I'll do, Javier. I don't want you to take this the wrong way. What I'll do is I'll mute you while other people are talking just so we don't get the feedback. And then when it's your turn, I'll unmute you. Or if you want to say something, just throw your hand up and I'll unmute you. Is that cool? Just because we're getting weird feedback or something.
Yeah. I mean, going to get ready to jump out of the discussion. But, you mentioned a question about the the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel as we need a quarterback that can complement Ja'Cory Brown, a runner as well, a passer and a runner, somebody that can back up Ja'Cory with the same skill. Also, a quarterback that can, like Chris says, somebody that's gonna work well with Coach Mario's offensive plays. So I'll mute myself now.
All right. Hey, you're good, man. I hope you don't take it the wrong way. I don't mean it in a bad way.
Yeah.
But
No, it's cool, man. I mean, because I know it's my internet, because you guys spin around in a circle like if you're downloading. So I know it's like my internet.
All right. You're good, man. You're good. So I'll give my answer next.
I'm muted now.
As you guys know, I have the very unpopular opinion that I think Tyler Van Dyke and Jake Garcia hit the transfer portal. If that ends up coming true, which I hope it does not, okay, let's go ahead and get that disclaimer out of the way. That leaves us with Ja'Cory Brown, Emory Williams coming in, assuming he sticks with Miami, and Peyton Matoka, right? So my answer would be, if we look to the transfer portal for a quarterback, if it came down to that, I really don't necessarily have a specific guy in mind as long as he brings experience, because you're going to have a bunch of young guys behind him. So you would need to find a guy that is a leader, a guy that has a lot of experience under his belt that can kind of mentor Ja'Cory, Emory, and possibly, I guess, Peyton Matoka. But again, I don't know that he's ever really in the talks for the starting position. But that's my answer.
I agree with you on that for sure.
With the TV,
the best fit. Like, if I could have my ideal quarterback next season, assuming TVD doesn't come back, would be a dual threat. But yeah, at this point, you need someone that has more than two starts under his belt in college football.
All right, who's next? Anybody else got any input?
My answer is dual threat, because pocket passer quarterbacks don't win in college; they win in the NFL.
But then where's all the hate coming from for Ja'Cory then? Because everyone, I saw people in the chat. I keep saying everyone. It's not everyone. There were so many people in the chat on Saturday that were saying dual threat QBs don't win national championships.
They do.
Can we define dual threat for a second? Are we talking dual threat like what were the guys that played for, I think it was Texas?
Trevor
the two
Lawrence,
dudes that,
Lamar Jackson.
Vic.
Patrick
Michael
Mahomes.
Vick's brother. Like, would Michael Vick, like, are we thinking like Michael Vick or his brother type dual threat? Or are we talking about somebody that's a pocket passer that can actually like halfway run? Like, do they have to be like 50-50, or is it just like they have the ability to scramble kind of if they need to?
I think you need someone that is more athletic, like more athletic than Jake. Like, Jake can move a little bit, but he's not Ja'Cory. But Ja'Cory doesn't have accuracy.
Like, I would consider Ja'Cory, I'm probably not using the right terminology, like more of an actual like true dual threat. Like, I don't consider Jake or TBD dual threat quarterbacks. Right?
No, definitely not.
I think Ja'Cory is a dual threat once he gets better at passing. Right now, he's not really as much of a dual threat.
Right. It's true, Nick. He's more of just the run threat, right, at the moment. I mean, I see what you're saying.
Like, he can pass, but he's not a threat.
The early 2010s when we had two quarterbacks, and like I can't remember their names to save my life, but like one was like a white dude, one was like a black dude, and one was like the pocket guy, and the other guy was the runner guy. And like we used to like swap them like every 4 downs.
No QB hokey pokey for me. I hate that.
You guys remember who I'm talking about?
Wasn't that during Rozier?
We were at the Hard Rock at that time, and like both guys.
Ja'Cory Harris and Robert Marv.
That sounds about right.
Not Robert Marv. Ja'Cory Harris and.
No, and Robert Marv.
Ja'Cory Harris sounds right.
Ja'Cory Harris and Robert Marv.
Is that who it was?
Right. I don't remember Marv.
I don't remember the second part.
I don't know that name.
I just remember
Marv had his name tattooed on his biceps.
throw.
on both sides.
I blocked that
The
name.
pocket passer could not throw, and the runner could not run. So we had like no quarterback that year, and I just don't want to see
Coop?
that.
Yeah.
Coop, do me a favor. You got to hook up, and I will pay a lot of money to see this. Okay.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Find out some way to ask the question of Mario. Because you can't get a good offensive line, do you think a dual threat quarterback it will be better for us long term? Like I would give anything to hear his response to that question.
Y'all,
if we all think he's sitting around going, well, I can't recruit a good O-line and it's not that important.
Y'all, who wants Mario Cristobal to come on the show during the off season? Show of hands.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Shoot.
Okay.
I'll throw some
I'm not
numbers
saying
at
any.
Coop.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Oh, I'm gonna put that on Twitter. Coach Coop has got Mario coming on.
I'm just asking. There's some exciting things planned during the off season. Exciting things.
You pull that off, man. That's I will be impressed.
You ought to bring Gaddis on for late night.
I'm picking it up. Man.
Whoa, Jorn. Whoa.
God, you're gonna get me going on Gaddis. All right, I gotta
Did you
say
get Mike Norvell or no?
Hey, could you imagine trying to going into Clemson, figure out an offense with no offensive line at all, and a third string QB that can't pass, and a fan base that's pissed off when you don't pass? Like,
we're not winning that game no matter what, Chris.
I'm still watching the text come up. Gaddis is an idiot because he runs the ball up the middle. Well, anyways, we'll go down a rabbit hole there. Sorry.
I was right there with you with that frustration when you were going through that the other night on Real Talk. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Like, there's no way.
I think it's the cheerleaders' fault. Fire them all. It's not the players' fault, for sure, or injuries or any of that. It's the band. They played the wrong songs.
All right, so that was a good question from North Kentucky Canes. Now, I do have a little bit of some bad news, which is it's not bad news, but the chat is moving so quickly that I actually cannot pin up the next question. I see it on my end, but it won't let me pin it because there's been so much interaction in the chat, which is a good thing. That's a very good thing. But we'll read it out loud here, and if anybody needs us to repeat it, we can. And we're still looking for participation from the chat as well. The next question is from George, who is a Gator fan, in case you guys are wondering. And he says, because Miami doesn't have a stadium, is it possible for the school to make money off football? And is that why they don't support you? Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I actually need to read that a second time. Because Miami doesn't have a stadium, is it impossible for the school to make money off football? And is that why they don't? Wait, no, that's from. Yeah, don't split. I'm not weighing in on that one. I'm blaming Fever Brain. I don't understand where this is going.
Well, no, answer. That's why I picked it, because I
mean,
didn't understand it.
What's the question?
Is it impossible? How would it be impossible if we just threw over $100 million into a coaching staff?
We only increased our coaching staff budget $30 million a year. That's all. So we really didn't invest this year. It's just kind of half-assed, I know, but
he's trying to insult the fact that we play at Hard Rock. But even if we had our own stadium, what's the difference?
So let me ask it this way.
All right. Well, what about
go ahead, John.
USC and UCLA?
What about them?
They don't have their own stadium. They play at Memorial Stadium or whatever.
I don't know.
Would it be nice to have a stadium? Yeah, I don't think we need it. We filled out Hard Rock when we played Notre Dame and was it Virginia Tech in 17 or 18? We packed that house crazy where I could hear them miles down the road. I can hear how loud that stadium was.
Yeah. Don't talk about the next game.
Oh, I know.
I know. Selfishly, I picked this question for two reasons. One is I want to throw a challenge out to Coop. All right, so Coop, I would like for you, here's my challenge for you, to find like 3 to 5 current students at Miami that you can bring on the stream to tell us about the impact of having the stadium not be 5 minutes and instead be 45 minutes?
Oh, we can make that happen.
We can beat them up. I'm just curious,
no,
right?
No,
like
I'm old.
That's a good idea. I see what you're saying, and there's definitely a couple people that instantly come to mind that I can bring on. And yeah, let's make it happen. We'll do that.
Or you could do a. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead, Jordan. No, I'm not trying to hog it.
Coop, you ought to go down there and have a walking and talking with Coop.
Well, I know a guy down there that's a student that does the tours, and I wanted to link up with him while I was down there, but I ran out of time, and he told me just anytime you want to, between him and some of the donors and stuff that I linked up with, they said, let us know, and we'll give you kind of an inside tour. You can walk around, view whatever you want to do, talk to whoever you want to talk to. So we'll make something happen, definitely.
As opposed to an outside tour?
Exactly. Bingo.
Okay.
All right. So that was the first reason. The second reason is I had to better clarify a statement that I made like 3 weeks ago that I got a bunch of flack for, and I didn't get a chance to clarify. So I made a statement about how we invested in our medical facilities. You guys remember that?
Get them out.
So what I was trying to articulate was that we put a bunch of money. We basically took money from our sporting programs and we sunk it into that medical facility. That medical facility, and I'm going to butcher these numbers a little bit, I think it threw off $100 million last year, which we then took a bunch of that profit and threw back into our football, our sports programs. So those some of the investment choices we made over the last 10 years, while made all of us fans want to kick puppies, I think is actually turning out to be a good investment and will enable us to make future investments in our sporting programs on a move forward.
And Chris, I apologize if you were waiting for an answer from me. I'll revisit this question maybe in like 3 or 4 days when I'm not sick and I have a clear head, because I'm still not.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something really quickly? I'm in and out reading the chat and trying to engage with you guys at the same time. And I'm all for fun banter. If there's other team fans in the comments that, want to banter back and forth, but like the stupid insults because I'm a girl is not needed. And I'm not going to call anybody out. But
somebody...
like leave the kitchen comments alone. All right. It's not necessary, guys. This is supposed to be a fun chat. Leave it alone.
Okay.
I'm just throwing out there. Continue.
Just let me say one thing. If you're jealous because Melissa is a female and she knows more about football than you,
or the amount of hoodies, either way.
No, for real, guys. That's my fault, Melissa. I didn't notice it because
just grow up, guys. Like, that's just the most ridiculous thing ever. And I only saw it like at the last second and I almost missed it, and I'm glad I didn't, because that's just stupid. And yeah, keep talking. You can keep talking, but you're being really immature. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, we like to have a good time, and we don't have to only talk about Miami Hurricanes football. But no, you guys know, anytime you get into personal insults and stuff, I don't play with that. I don't play that game. So none of that.
I got told I was old and I was hated. So I'm with you, Melissa.
Same guy. Chris,
if you're gonna
You're
throw personal
old.
insults, throw them at me.
You are.
Throw them at me.
Y'all are all.
Yeah, I don't care, Coop. They can say whatever. It ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
I'll take all the hate. Trust me.
It's the same immature hater in the chat, just trying to call us out for talking Canes football. And
so
it's honestly, I've heard the insults so many times about being a girl and being into sports. So keep with your nonsense. Keep with your nonsense.
So it's priceless. My son just sent me a text message and said, I guess he's watching. He said, "You are old."
Not as long as I'm here, Chris. You're okay.
If your son can text you,
42 is ancient, man. It's up there.
So what's next?
Shout out to the Canes fam in the chat having my back. Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, man. No, we're all family. We take care of each other. You guys know that. So let's see.
We not agree, but we still love each other.
The next question here in the chat. Let's see who we got. From Water Bottle. Let's see if it'll let me pin that one. Let me see if it's still up here. Nope. Still too much participation in the chat. Don't stop that. That's okay. From Water Bottle is, what are the biggest Ooh, okay, this is a good one. What are the biggest improvements that you guys have noticed from last season to this season? Which makes you think for a minute, because everyone, including myself, is mostly focused on the negatives. All the bad things. 5 and 7. What are some of the biggest areas of improvement, if any? You can be honest. It's late night real talk. Lay it out. Come on.
Special teams return game.
Okay.
I think we're actually ranked first in the ACC in that. Or
I have no idea. I'm not sure.
Hey, we got a sex spot.
We got like 700 something yards off of kickoff and punt returns.
Yeah, but it costs us big games.
I'm just saying it's still better to at least get us there, even if we can't finish. I mean, it's better than us kicking out of our end zone every single time.
No,
I
I
will
hear
say
special teams and
Andy's kicking has gotten even better. I know he missed a few last year as a freshman, but he's been pretty automatic this season.
Lou Headley's even better. He gets a lot of practice.
I wish Lou Headley would go after a couple fakes every once in a while. That's a big guy, and if you watch, they don't respect him because they know he's not even going to try. They'll just drop
Why not put him in as linebacker for a couple plays?
He's like 32, man. He can't hit up a kid or something.
Hey, look, I asked Headley
like the
jokingly.
second coming of Matt Bosher.
No, I asked Headley jokingly whenever I interviewed him on my channel like 2 years ago. It's been like 2 or 3 years ago when he was still in Australia. And I asked him if he would be willing. I was like, come on, you play something else. Like you guys said, like linebacker or do something. He said, Coop, heck no. He said, I know that I look like a big scary dude. He said, all I want to do is kick the ball and nothing else. So he wants nothing to do with hitting anybody.
He's just protecting that Sunday money.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen him tackle anyone. I can't think of it.
Who, Lou?
Yeah, he's been.
His punts are so good. He really hasn't really had to tackle. How many of his punts really get returned? So we're like all the way backed up.
Not many.
Anyone else have an answer to this one before I throw mine out?
Yeah. Other than special teams, I've been real impressed with the defensive line play.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, the D line.
Dang, that was actually gonna be mine. I gotta think of something else.
Well, because you can't really say much about the offense. I mean, the offense, there's not much to say. I mean, Cam Kitchens.
I mean,
just through the season, Cam Kitchens has been insane.
If the offense didn't turn it over as much, our turnover margin would be a lot better.
Yeah.
Can we say that at least for the early part of the season, I don't know about so much now, but when the ball placement was on point, I think there were less drops overall when compared to last year, right? I mean, we harped on that every single game last year. It's like not been perfect, but
the first few games, the receivers were doing terrible.
Yeah, I don't know about the drops thing. It's hard to pick out anything necessarily on offense.
I mean, it is.
Honestly.
It is.
But special teams and the D line, and then like individual players, I guess. Because I can say improvement from like the beginning of the season to now, but from last season to this season, like a lot of the standout guys this season weren't on the team last season. So.
Exactly.
All right, I think all of you have missed the big one.
Okay.
So for 20 years, 18 years, somewhere in there, we've been pissed off and crying about how we suck. And by the way, suck is it could be we were like 9-3 or 8-4 or whatever, and that was horrible, right?
That's not a national championship, Chris.
That's not a national championship, so we're pieces of shit. Like we fire everybody. And we went into the next season thinking, I guess we were going to get better because of the recruiting class. Like that's the only thing we could hold our hat on was the recruiting class, and then mix up, I guess, every 2 or 3 years when we fired all the coaches. Then we like thought maybe the new coaching staff would immediately bring a championship team in the next year. This is the first time in 20 something years I've seen us invest in our team and put us in a position where I can actually get behind where we're going as a program.
Actually see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely.
Even with how bad we've been this year, we've had okay recruiting classes over the years, but we might end with like a top 5 recruiting class or close to it. And what have we always said? We need better recruiting classes and the school to invest in the program, and we're getting those 2 things. So I feel you on that, Chris. Definitely. I mean, we can actually look at the future and be like, hey, maybe things are going to start looking up.
I don't know if people truly understand how much, when they make the statement Mario has a blank check, how much they truly mean that. It's not a joke. It's not people being like, oh, if he wanted. No, Mario has a blank check. If he wants it right now, then he gets it when it comes to money, period.
And we've never done that.
Not in a long time. Well, yeah, you're right. Ever. I mean, we had like the. Yep.
We might have invested what they would consider a lot at times, but not literally like, how much money do you need? Let us know. We'll write the check. Let's get it done.
Across the board, right? Facilities.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Coaching staff. I mean, forget the record. Name a better, take Alabama out. Name and maybe Georgia, right?
Just leave out the SEC.
Well, not the SEC. I'm like 2 teams, right? But
okay, Bama and Georgia.
Does anybody here think that if you were a senior in high school and you're purely looking through the lens of, I want the best coaching staff I can get to make me the best player I can be, where the hell do you go where your coach is better than us? I mean, I'll throw Alabama and Georgia out. I'll go. You want to start at O-line? O-line, defensive line. We got Troy Strong.
Middle Tennessee.
One thing I will say about that, with to kind of add to what Chris is saying, one thing that most coaches get is you pick your OC, your DC, and they pick their staff. That's not what Mario did. He picked all his own people, handpicked everybody, and took his time with it. So it's probably going to take a little longer for them to mesh.
We hired a head coach before we hired an athletic director. If that doesn't say that Mario has full control of what's going on. And
didn't we? I'm struggling to remember this. Didn't we hire position coaches before coordinators in the offseason? Didn't he do it backwards? It was kind of wonky.
That's what I'm saying. He handpicked his people. It wasn't the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator getting to bring their guys in.
Right, and that was a little controversial at the time. I remember that.
So it's
I just understood he hired Mario before an AD.
Nobody's kids got hired.
I just think
do we have a non-big name coach in any position? I can't think of one.
Adai is a big
Charlie
name
Strong's
technically.
coaching the linebackers.
Strong, even
Best
though
strength coach in the country, supposedly.
Even though we're complaining about Gaddis, it's going to be considered a big name with the Broyles Award. Yep.
Evan Steele has been around the block a few times.
Lengthy resume.
I think there's only 2 or 3.
Adai came from Georgia.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 or 3 assistants that their previous team that they were coaching at is not in the top 10 right now.
Now, sometimes
they left good programs to come try and build this.
Sometimes I feel like that can create a little bit of an issue, though, depending on those guys' personalities. If they have lengthy resumes, they're big names, that's where we would hope that Mario Cristobal, they talk about his rigorous interviews, where he sits down with guys and it's interviews for like 6 hours, 8 hours. Hopefully he would be able to kind of see that and, figure that out before it happens. This guy wouldn't, what I mean? He could put it together. But I do think sometimes that
onboard or overboard, Coop.
What's that?
Every year, onboard or overboard. Forget the interview process. It's now, right? However they interviewed and said they loved us and they loved him and they loved that and they all sing Kumbaya and want to do whatever together. Now you've seen, is everybody still on board? And if they're not, you jettison the shit out of them and you bring in somebody to replace him, right?
I think several coaches are gone after this season. I mean,
You want to name drop
name
or
them,
no?
but I'd
rumors
agree.
are. I hear rumors like, I mean, obviously the Gaddis situation, but then Adai too. I hear rumors that he's going to be gone. But I wouldn't mind seeing DVD back on the field coaching the corners. He apparently knows how to develop relationships with them. Cormani mentioned his name a few times as far as credit for recruiting him to Miami. He's a young guy who played corner at the U. But I don't know who else.
I'll sponsor $20 for the next person in chat that bitches about Gaddis that gives me an offensive coordinator that could have succeeded this season. I'll throw it up for $20.
With all that,
I know we're trying to avoid the Gaddis conversation, and I understand Chris's point about everybody's been injured and all of these things. But Chris, can you honestly tell me that Gaddis has made good adjustments given the situation that
I would argue
like, do you
he's made
agree with
adjustments.
his play but has he made
just don't
good
know if-
adjustments?
What's a good adjustment when you have seven of your offensive players out? Like,
well, exactly. But what's running up the middle going to do when we're starting an entire backup offensive line 75% of the time?
so I got a question. So every defense we've played, like any play where they know we're going to pass, it's like the kitchen sink is thrown at us, which is awesome when you have no O-line. Like, it's bad enough it's hard to deal with when you have an O-line, but when you have no O-line, it's not like a guy getting through.
Checkdowns and slants could beat that.
What about some screen passes? Like, we're literally running the ball up the middle. Like, it's like, run the ball up the middle, first down. Run the ball up the middle, second down. Let's try to throw third and long, and then we punt.
Can I be blunt? Can I be blunt and just ask a question?
No.
Sure.
Do we? Okay. Just because he won the Broyles Award doesn't mean he's an awesome OC. Just because of there might be controversy about Harbaugh calling plays, yada yada, at Michigan, whatever. Josh Gaddis is an offensive coordinator. He got there somehow. How do I word this? Like, do we believe that Gaddis is just? Do we believe that Gaddis is just that dumb, or that stupid, or like, you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm getting at? Or like,
I don't. I'm not trying to hate on. I mean, I guess I am trying to hate.
It's
on
fine.
Guy. And I'm not an offensive coordinator. I'm just a casual. I don't know casual, but I'm a football fan. I watch a lot of football. I rewatched the Clemson game, even though we got destroyed, because I always rewatch the games. So I really just don't understand the play calling. I don't know what he's trying to aim for with the run. Okay, now we're in third and long because we can't run the ball because we don't have an offensive line. So we try to pass. And we have no offensive line, and we're trying to throw on 3rd and 15 downfield, and we don't have time for that. It doesn't make sense to me. And Chris, I understand it's hard to game plan when we have so many offensive players out. I really do get it, and it's a good point. But I still don't see him adapting to what we have. And maybe we just don't have enough, and so it wouldn't make a difference anyway.
I was gonna say, you know what worries me a little is what if he's trying this at practice and it's not working. But also, I know what we're seeing him do now isn't working in games, so that's kind of a tough argument. I mean, again, I'm in the same boat as many people. I don't know, but like,
I mean, look how bad.
I'll throw out my
Virginia
2 cents to you because you ask a good question and it's a bad answer, but I'll throw it out and then I'll shut up.
That's fine.
At least you preferenced it.
I think Gaddis is running shit that he knows won't work, but it's better than the alternative. Like, I think if we go into some sort of pass or whatever, like, it's even worse and we risk turnovers and like, it would not shock me, and they would never come out and admit this. It would not shock me if the coaching staff is literally saying, okay, how can we scheme this where we give ourselves the best chance and we're playing to win, but we reduce the risk that we lose by 75. Like, it's going to suck if we lose it by 30, but if there's 7 turnovers because our scrambling QB that everybody loves can't throw the ball consistently, right? Like if we put him in those positions and we're going to have 4 turnovers in a game, like it looks like risk mitigation to me, I guess is what I'm saying.
I see you're not, it's not that you're trying to back him up. It's not that you're trying to defend him. You're just trying to find an answer as to why we would be doing what we're doing and continuing to do it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I understand where you're getting at, but the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
I don't think he's trying the same thing over and over again. I think in the beginning we saw how many drop passes and the fact that TVD was just not on his game for whatever reason. He was not on his game at all in the beginning.
But what we're doing now isn't working either.
Right, but when you're an OC, you're going to go to the run when we were actually running the ball in the beginning of the season. And you're going to try and stick to that. Then when they finally shut down the run, you're going to go to another QB that might be able to throw. And then you're going to have turnovers. You got turnovers no matter what, but you got your third string quarterback in now that we know is better at running than passing. So why not?
But when everybody else knows we're going to run, I go back to we run up the middle on first down. We run up the middle on second down. Then it's third and long, and we try to throw. And like Chris says, we have no offensive line, so there's not enough time to throw downfield, and then we end up punting.
But also,
it's not working either.
But also, what happened in
everything he does?
What happened in the offseason? Was this offense successful against our defense? Or
we didn't have the entire O-line out in the offseason.
Yeah, you had the entire team. You had 7 more starters than you have right now.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, but so then,
different team.
Okay, but then that brings us into that. Then, if those guys are healthy and they come in, is this offense working?
I think it'd be better. I don't know about
absolutely.
Working.
Okay.
How many injured players did we have against A&M?
All right. Can I address this injured player?
Top 2 running backs and top 2 receivers were in that 6.
Did we have an O-line?
2 O-lines.
I think
not
we're down
including
2.
Zion, because Zion hasn't been healthy the entire season.
That's fair.
But Steve wanted to say something.
Okay.
Sorry, Steve.
Sorry, Steve.
My favorite NFL team, the New York Jets, have been just as cursed as the Miami Hurricanes when it comes
2 yards in the second half.
Offensive lines. All right, it's New England. Take out the New England games and we're perfect. My point is the New York Jets have had way more offensive line injuries than the Miami Hurricanes and do not struggle to run the ball. They literally lost Breece Hall and didn't even drop a beat against the Bills. So my point is I don't think it's necessarily, we're down offensive linemen because so are the Jets. The Jets are out 4 starters, yet putting up over 150 yards rushing on the Bills. Like, you can scheme it better. And I think the perfect example of how to scheme it better is the game we just played. I think it's what Clemson did is the most annoying football I've ever seen in my life, where you throw 15 dudes in the backfield and one goes left, one goes right, one goes left, one goes right, one goes left, one goes right. And you have no idea who's getting the ball and where they're getting the ball. And I think you need to do that when you have a dual threat quarterback. You can't just leave them in the backfield with one running back and then expect them to either stay in the pocket or scramble. And I think that's how you solve that. You change the backfield. And my problem is, I don't care how many injuries you have. If your playbook is literally the thickest playbook in the history of college football, how do you not have a game plan? How do you not have an adjustment to make?
I got to ask, and I don't mean to jump in, but I have to ask. So which game plan? Is that the pocket passer Garcia with 5 offensive linemen starters game plan? Or is it the TVD pocket passer with 3 linemen out or 2 linemen out or your center out? And how many running backs and receivers aren't starting? And then what happens if he gets hurt? Because then we got Garcia. And then, what happens if he gets hurt? So now we need one for, how many damn playbooks are you talking? It would have to be that thick. By the way, you have to teach a bunch of freshmen. Like, it's great for us to sit back here and like talk about what ifs, but you have to actually like teach the team to do, like, when you shift the whole scheme, they got to be able to adapt to it. And they're all freaking freshmen.
Chat, I'm not laughing at you.
Oh, that doesn't hurt my feelings.
Like, 2 games? You had to play him with TVD. You had a plan with Tyler Van Dyke.
Hey, our third game, by the third game of the season for A&M, we were down 6 starters. And our top 2 running backs and top 2 receivers were in the 6. By the 5th game, we were down 3 offensive linemen on top of said 4 top 2 receivers and top 2 running backs. And then in the game following, we had all those out and our top tight end. And then, the next game, Chris? We lost our starting quarterback.
What should we do?
It's
Chris?
like,
should we just forfeit? You walk on the field, throw the white flag,
but no,
down 3 linemen?
I will say
you can't expect wins on that though.
I will say though. I will say I agree with Chris that I don't think there's any other OC that could have come in here and been successful this year. I just really don't think so. Maybe slightly more successful, but us winning 8, 9, 10 games, I don't think so.
Here's my beef, and I agree with Chris on the fact that we've had so many injuries. It's hard to gauge what could have been, but I still don't. I understand that we're starting a true freshman quarterback, but we went with the same game plan versus Georgia Tech that we did against Clemson, and we all knew that wasn't going to work.
We've changed. Wait a second. We've changed all year. We started with a very methodical offense. Then we went up tempo. Then we went more like we were going up the middle, right? And then we tried to go east and west. Like I don't think anybody can argue that we haven't tried to adapt. Somebody could argue maybe there's some scheme that we haven't moved to, but it hasn't been like we stuck with it and said this is our shit and we're not going to change and we're going to like. I just
to me, I just felt like it was the same pattern of plays every single time we had the ball during Clemson.
No, I will say
there was no change. There was nothing. It was the same run, pass, punt.
Either way, I feel like for the people again that keep wanting to go back to like up tempo, pass heavy offense, I still don't think Mario wants to go that route. Like,
I don't think we need to go pass heavy. I just think we need a little bit more variety.
I know that's what a lot of the fans want.
We tried up tempo this season too, because I think it was after the second game where everybody was calling, "Oh, Rhett Lashley would be doing way better because he did up tempo," and then we came out and did 89 plays the next game, which was more than Rhett Lashley did, and still did not win. So I don't know. It goes back to all the injuries.
That comes down to the whole red zone offense where Chris was saying, like, Gaddis can call the game from the 20 to 20, and then once we got in the red zone, we couldn't do shit.
Jordan, I know this is your favorite topic. Is Josh Gaddis stupid or not? Everybody vote in the poll. We'll decide right now. I got a poll up.
I'm not going to sit there and question his intelligence. Now, I will question his intent. I think, really, in my opinion, the answer to the question is what everybody is saying. We have the injuries. Okay. And, you know, what in other words, what is Gaddis's intent? You know, okay, so you have the injuries. So you need to have some kind of razzle-dazzle something with what you have. Don't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. If you can get away with passing the ball, pass the ball. But if you're going to pass the ball with a depleted offensive line, don't send guys 15 and 20 yards down the field. You know? But anyway, no, Gaddis isn't dumb. He just may have his own way
it's a great poll, though.
It is.
Guys, by the way, it's just a joke. I don't.
Yeah.
What's the result? I want to know the result. What was the result of the poll?
So I did a poll and said, "Is Josh Gaddis dumb?" It was 53% yes, 47% no. So.
But I will say to go on statement, go on the record. I'm kind of leaning towards the Josh Gaddis may be using this as a stepping stone to go somewhere else, and we'll bring Ken Dorsey in next year.
We're not bringing Ken Dorsey in.
I hope not.
Ken Dorsey's going to be a head coach.
Okay.
Ken Dorsey's going to be a head coach in the NFL in the next few years. Ken Dorsey's not leaving Buffalo. We can all dream and hope. I'll go with Chris on this one. Ken Dorsey would not succeed in this with the players that we had this year.
Easy, girl. Easy.
George,
hey, could you imagine
I'm
this?
playing the crowd here. I'm
George
just
trying to
playing
get
with y'all.
the chat
Just playing
riled
with
up.
y'all.
Hey, could we pay enough money, like unlimited budget? What offensive coordinator could we go to and say, all right, here's all we want. We need like at least 8 wins, and you just lose 80% of your offensive starters. That's all, right? Like no big deal. And you're on your 3rd string quarterback, but we need 8 wins. We'll pay you whatever you want. You'll get like $100 million if you do it, and nothing if you don't, because then you're an idiot. Like, who would we go to? Nobody can answer that question. That's all I ask. Just somebody throw out a name of an offense.
I wouldn't say an active OC. I would say your best chance, and I still don't think it would happen, but your best chance would probably bring Lane Kiffin in as OC, because he is a good offensive mind.
He is, man. I hate that dude.
I
do too. I do too, but I'm just
yo,
saying, you're talking about trying to get wins where there's not really wins possible. Your best chance is bringing him in. If it's
half our cheerleaders end up pregnant, but it's okay.
Do we just just can Mario and we'll bring Lane Kiffin in to replace him.
You know what name I've seen thrown around a lot on Twitter, and not necessarily me saying that he would succeed this year with the players that we have out, but Dan Mullen has been a name I've seen all over Twitter.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen that everywhere. That and Garrett
I've seen that
Riley.
name everywhere. And I also have to point out, a lot of people in the chat are asking if we try and get Marcus Stokes to come to Miami since Florida revoked his scholarship.
But I will say, can we all agree that I know hindsight's 2020 with what we know now. I understand, but forget what we know now. I don't think that we blame Mario Cristobal for hiring Gaddis. We felt like we were getting a big-time hire. The Broyles Award winner, like Michigan played in the playoffs. Like I don't
Do we think Gaddis was his first choice, though? It took him a long time.
I have seen people say that they thought that Gaddis was his 3rd choice. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not, because I don't know who 1 and 2 would be. But with that,
but that doesn't say anything, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
because the number 1 and number 2 could be like it could have been Alabama and Clemson's offensive coordinator. Right, like we weren't going after a bunch of no names.
I mean, aren't we paying? I know we've discussed this, but $1.8 million or $2 million is a lot for an OC, right?
It's almost as much as we used to pay our head coach.
Yeah. So.
On a good day.
What about Coach O?
For
offensive coordinator, someone said his name in the chat.
I'm ending the stream. I'm out of here.
All right, hey, since I paid for it, I'm gonna throw this out there. Okay.
I would love to see him on the sideline. I just want to hear him at press conferences.
All right, so some who is it? Somebody here said that Mario's here only for the paycheck.
Nah.
Mario's here.
I love you, but no. That's like the most ignorant statement I've ever heard in my life, because if he doesn't turn this around, he's hurt his earnings potential so much. This isn't like Miami's not a desirable job, and I think our fans sit around and it's not like it's a freaking turnaround and a shit show.
Yeah.
So
Mario came back to Miami because it's Miami. He was very settled and in a good position at Oregon. There was no reason for him to leave Oregon except that it was Miami. And
you chance ruining all of that by coming back to Miami. Look at Manny Diaz. Great defensive coordinator. This all everybody's going to remember is me burying him in the backyard. I'm kidding. All everybody's going to remember is that he sucked as a head coach. Couldn't get it done.
That's right.
They're not going to remember the stuff from before. Yeah, so everybody talked about we got to bring Mario home, right? Look at what Mario did when he was here. He wants to come bring us back. He's not. It's such a huge chance for him to come here.
All right, so I'm going to call it. Coop, go to my next question that I paid for, because I want to make sure your fans don't leave.
I'm bummed that I can't pin them. I wish I could still pin it so people knew exactly what we were discussing, but the chat's moving so fast.
Chris is running this late night by all of his donations.
Yeah. And that's what.
No. It's them. I just picked their questions.
Yeah. So let's see. The last one was from. We got way off track, I think.
Oh yeah.
Someone mentioned Gaddis, and it was all downhill.
Then of course I talked about Dorsey, and everybody gets more excited.
Okay, so question.
Well,
from...
I got worked up with the Dorsey thing because it's ridiculous. I would love it, but it's ridiculous.
You know what? I gotta say this. I gotta throw this out. See what you guys think. I don't think Dorsey had the greatest arm. I don't think he was the greatest thrower. I think he was brilliant.
Yes.
Now he had the ability to make these calls, but he audibled and jacked defenses up like no tomorrow. And maybe that's what we need.
Around him.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
There is that.
He's a smart dude. His football IQ made up for maybe his lack of arm strength and accuracy. But again, the talent around him as well.
But that only helps a little though. Because when we lose the talent, we should still win.
We should lose everything and still win. It's it's Miami.
We're
national championship
Miami, bro.
2023.
We should just trot the band out onto the field and see how they fare.
Fly the planes, fire everybody. All right, Coop.
All right, so the next question, it's the one from VLKV, right, Chris? Is that the one we're looking at?
I don't know. It's been so long.
I think so.
I did 5. So.
Any possible explosive wide receivers to pick up in the portal? We need more speed. Should wide receiver be a priority for us to recruit? That is, VOKV's a good dude. He's a guy that's always shredding it on the guitar on Twitter. I know VOKV.
Good guy.
We have a couple wide receivers coming in next year.
We do. We also have a couple going out.
I think wide receiver, we should be okay. They just need to learn, separation first off, and then we just got to get the ball to them and do good pass routes for them. I think the wide receiver talent's there.
We need more receivers.
The technical stuff is one thing, getting separation and things like that, but we also need the offensive line to give the QB time to throw and make accurate passes.
It's a vicious circle.
Yeah,
but we could use some more, though.
I don't think that wide receiver should be priority on the second half of that question.
I think the trenches are the priority.
Yeah.
Would be my first thing, would be the trenches, and more so the offensive line than anything else.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, it's kind of hard to track all the guys that are in the portal right now because since they can't officially enter until December 5th, they don't have the list on there, right? I don't think they do.
Yeah, so I took a couple questions that asked for which exact players should we be looking for, and you guys are smarter than I am, so maybe you're studying enough to know specifics. But so I added.
Coop is the Ken Dorsey of this chat.
Audible. I added the should we focus on it in this case, right? That's what I added. So it's almost like it's too early to figure out which one, right? It's got to be more is it a focus?
Yeah, and again, people have said, we have a lot of verbal commits right now, but those guys got to put pen to paper first off to see who actually comes to Miami, and then also how many departures we do have and in what position group. So it is a very tough question to answer. Plus, there's going to be a lot of other guys around the country hit the portal that might be, some guys that we're interested in, we might reach out to that we're not aware of yet. So it is a very tough question to answer.
Let's just say depth probably isn't going to be our friend next year.
It wasn't this year. We only had
we got to hope that the strength and conditioning program helps some of these players out, because we're not going to have depth for a few years unless Mario hits a home run in the portal.
See, I think it's tight end or running back, quick, something that we can have quick hits on. I don't know if a super speedy wide receiver that can go create all sorts of separation 40 yards downfield will impact us if our offensive line gives our quarterback half a second to 1 second to make that pass. But it's.
Well, I don't know. Ray Joseph in the slot might not be such a bad thing.
Ray Joseph.
Can I ask a question that everyone's probably going to get very angry about for me bringing this up?
Gaddis?
Yes.
It's the fever.
Would firing Gaddis be more of a positive or a negative when it comes to our recruiting class? No, because listen. Hey, the early signing day is coming up. If we end up in a situation where we have no OC, do some of those offensive guys say, I don't even know who the offensive coordinator is going to be at Miami? What did Shamar say whenever he didn't choose Miami when he signed? He said, I didn't even know who some of the coaches were going to be.
I don't know that it makes a difference, if I'm being honest, because we haven't seen much from the offense this year, and these guys are still planning to come to Miami. So I don't know that the offensive coordinator necessarily would make. I mean, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, I don't know that it makes that much of a difference. Now, if it was like the head coach, that's another story. But we haven't seen much from the offense this year, so I don't know that would be a humongous deal.
Fair. Just a thought.
I don't think it would matter much either, and I think it also goes back to what I said earlier, where Mario handpicked the assistants before the OC. So even if Gaddis left, it's probably just going to be Gaddis as far as that goes. Not saying that no other coaches are leaving, but it's not like most of the times when you get rid of an OC, most of his guys go with him. These aren't his guys.
Okay, fair. Just wanted. I felt like bringing up Gaddis again. We hadn't talked about him enough tonight.
Well, on kind of on the same wavelength of that, what if Gaddis decides to leave?
Which could
doesn't
happen.
get fired, but he decides to leave. Would that change your answer to that question?
Are you asking me?
Anybody in the chat too, because people are saying it's not a good idea to fire the OC before signing day.
I don't think it matters either way.
I don't know, because I talked about Gaddis leaving a while ago and bringing in Dorsey, and you got a little excited, so I'm being quiet.
Well, no, I got excited because that's not happening. Dorsey's not coming home.
I know. But no, that's a good question, though.
We would lose a lot of money on iPads if Dorsey came back to Miami.
That's all right. But no, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, who's to say he didn't? I don't know. That'd be interesting to see, though.
All right, whatever happens outside of our control, we can't really talk about, right? Because we don't have control over it.
Again,
but if anybody here thinks what we really need is more change,
no,
like the fucking wheels are falling off. We're about to jettison 25 of the last coaching staff's players, and what we really should do is fire our coordinator and switch all the shit over again. Which, by the way, would require Mario to either believe that the schemes he wanted to run were wrong, or that he hired the wrong person to run them. But then we put a bunch of risk into all the players that came here for Gaddis. Like, why the hell would we put all of that added change and the risk with that change on top of all the other change that we like?
That was going to be my question: is how many recruits are actually coming for Gaddis, though? I haven't heard of too many specifically like recruited by Gaddis himself.
We can't really say for sure. That's all behind the scenes stuff. I mean, Chris makes a really good point about, every time we have something bad happen, we're like, all right, let's fire everybody. Is he wrong to say that Gaddis needs another year with healthy people? No, it makes complete sense. But so many Canes fans, myself included, have already made up their minds that Gaddis doesn't fit and we don't like his scheme and all of these things. So there's going to be proponents to both sides. But what Chris is saying makes sense, and he's not wrong.
I agree. I've said that too. He needs at least one more year, at least. But with a healthy O-line.
I said it 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, I was like, no, give him another year.
Now, if we follow that trend, that mindset, and then we bring in another guy in 2023 and he's not super successful, do we repeat it again?
Can I state that a different way, Coop?
Sure, yeah.
What if Gaddis is trying to implement what Mario wants?
And it's not
So are
succeeding?
we so yeah, so Mario's trying to implement something that's not successful with all the like 80 again, it's like I think my math's right. I think it's 80% of our starters on the offense are gone. And I think actually it's something like 30 or 40% of our starters now are freshmen or third string. Okay?
Or
so yeah. So at what point? So is it really Gaddis we're upset with, or are we upset with Mario?
But we don't
Do we
know
wanna
who's
just
controlling it.
Well, I can tell you right now, it's Mario. Do you think? I mean, I listened to his press conferences. Do you think Mario's like scared to tell Gaddis? Like, if Mario had a fix, do you think he'd be like nervous to tell Gaddis to make a change?
No, absolutely not.
So if we think it's a coaching error or a coaching problem and not a player problem right now, then we don't have an issue with Gaddis. We have an issue with Mario.
Right. Mario needs to let his guys coach, and he needs to just bring in new guys. That's what he's best at. Bring in the talent, fill up the roster, and let the coaches actually coach.
Anyways, my bad for bringing up Mr. Gaddis again.
What's the next question, Coop?
Let's see. The next question is from George again. George dropping some heat in the chat. He said, my question is, how many years will Miami give Mario not to win the ACC? Okay. So
are we talking about the fans or are we talking about the program? That's a big difference.
We could answer both.
Well, the program's not going to let him go for what, 8-10 years. That's a lot of money.
At least 5.
Yeah.
At least. They're going to want to get something out of it.
Yeah. But hey, I think we'll do it within that 5-6 year frame, easy. I really do. But yeah, I agree. I agree with Nick though. About 5 years.
The fans are already calling for him to be gone. Some of them are already calling for him to be gone because he didn't do it this year.
Well, some of us fans are idiots.
It's only like 80%. It's not a big percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a small portion of us.
So you're saying 5-6 years for ACC?
A divisionless ACC starting next year, possibly.
Maybe 4.
That's right. We got the division.
What was the question?
Yeah.
What was the question? Sorry, Mom called. You can't hang up on Mom.
Fair. The question is, how many years will Miami give Mario not to win the ACC?
Oh, I don't think they're giving. I think a lot of fans are expecting it next year, which is not feasible.
Nope, it's not.
I want it now.
See, that's why we split it with fans and program.
I feel like the majority of fans, not the ones, the microwave success ones, not the ones that were expecting it this year. And I can't speak for everyone, and I'm not. This is not even my opinion, but I'm saying from what I've gathered on my channel, on Twitter, everywhere on social media, seems to be 3 years. Is what most fans say. They not. I'm just saying. Like I said, I'm not stating my stance. I'm just saying that's what most fans seem to be saying.
Is that to play or to
we
win?
Have a brutal schedule.
That is, from what I'm hearing, people say to win.
So we need to beat. So I'm gonna say it differently. So we need to beat Clemson in 3 years.
And that's not what I'm saying. That's what they said.
Yeah, no. But that's what they're saying is we need to beat Clemson within 3 years.
Come on, let me see in the chat.
In
Come on,
3 years.
come on.
I like the 5 year. I like the 5 year mark, but I mean our schedule in 2024 is brutal.
The video I posted today said I think we're not going to be that great for at least another 4 to 5 years. I don't think we'll be that good. And the comment section is not very pretty.
In 3 years, he's going to have his entire generation of all of his players here. You're going to know if his systems work or not. And that's why people say 3 years. He's going to have his own seniors, his own juniors, his own sophomores, and his own freshmen. So if we're
That makes sense.
still going, 5 and 6, towards the end of November, 3 years from now, you're going to know it's not working and you're going to cut. them.
But this is saying beat Clemson in 3 years. I get like trajectory, right? That makes sense to me. But beat Clemson in 3 years?
Well, how many years do you need? You need 20?
I don't know. Let me ask you. So let's pick what SEC team do we think is most like Miami right now?
SEC team?
A&M.
Mm-hmm. SEC team.
Oh, that hurts.
A&M.
Missouri, Andy, A&M.
All right. So pick whichever, and let's just say I said we need to hire a class that's going to beat Alabama in 3 years.
Well, 2 of them did this year.
You're getting a top 10. If you're getting a top 10,
brand new rebuilds, man. Not
Tennessee
had it. Tennessee. You know what? Tennessee's a good man. I can't say anything. You're right. Now I don't follow them enough to know like how the hell they built the offense they built in the time they built it. It definitely wasn't year one, but it's just tough. I don't know.
If 2023, you have a top 10 recruiting class, 2024, 2025, 2026, all top 10, and you still cannot beat Clemson, what is the future? How many more years do we need to give you with the top 10 recruiting class?
Dude,
we know
Clemson's got a top 5 every year. So what's top 10? I mean, we got to bring in top 3 to start one-upping them.
I will
we
say the
give
difference
them
between
like
a
10
top
years
10
to get
recruiting.
top 3 every other year?
I don't know. I'm posing a question. I don't have a good answer.
The difference between a top 10 recruiting class and a top 5 recruiting class is very, very big.
And keep in mind, Clemson. How many playoffs have they been in the last whatever it is 8 years?
Too many.
Like 8.
What 8?
I think they've been to almost every one of them.
So what we're saying is, and this is where I start scratching my head, is okay. So if we're ranked 7th in the country and Clemson's 4 and beats us, we need to fight. Like that's bad. Like we're putting ourselves, and we should put ourselves at that standard. But 3 years, I don't think is realistic to overtake that. I mean, unless, let me say it differently, unless Clemson's standard drops year over year, right? Like if Clemson's running number 15 in the country, it's different. But if they're top 4, top 5.
Well, one other question goes back to what we've kind of been saying a lot of is, does it really take that long, though, if you have a healthy team? Because if we had all our starters, how big of a change, and nobody can answer this for sure, but how big of a change could our season have been with a healthy team?
I think from game one, 2-game swing.
I think from game one, we were on the 3rd string running back.
That is true.
And then by game 3, we were on the 4th string.
I think when you throw in all the variables, it's going to take quite a while to catch up with teams like Clemson. Not even talking about purely just recruiting, like everything. Again, because those guys have been doing it consistently for a while, which I think was the point that Chris was making.
Yeah, just imagine like South Carolina, right? Like let's say it's South Carolina. I realize they don't have the history we do. I'm just using them as an example, right? So South Carolina comes out and says, we've hired this amazing coaching staff and we're going to beat Alabama within 3 years or we suck. Like who here would say, oh, that's realistic. Good goal setting. That's amazing.
They just destroyed Tennessee and Tennessee beat Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that's because they're a better team than Tennessee? Like if Tennessee played them 5 and by the way, like, you got me debating shit that I'm not like I don't actively follow. But at what point did their starting quarterback get injured in that game? I mean, I
mean, I don't know. I wasn't even doing it as a real thing. I was just messing with you because you were doing that earlier.
I think no matter what, the university is going to give Mario every opportunity they possibly can. Because, again, they emptied their pockets. They're continuing to ask from donors for more and more money. Whenever I went to that lunch, they said this is going to be – in 2023, they're asking for the most money they've ever asked for from donors in the history of the program. So they're going to give him every opportunity that they can. He's really going to have to screw it up to get canned.
Coop, do you see any pushback from our donors?
Sure do.
On providing the funds?
Sure do.
Really?
Yep, 100%. And they were, and like I said, when I was at the lunch, there was probably maybe 7 to 10 big donors there, and some of them were livid.
Over what?
Everything.
Decisions, or how much money we spent, or
probably their expectations.
Honestly, yeah, just really purely honestly, wins and losses at that point, because I was down for the Florida State game, and I exchanged numbers with a few of them, so I'm in contact, talking with them kind of on and off. And after that Florida State game, and again, you have to look at it from their point of view. It's just purely from a donor, and a lot of those guys are just big time diehard fans. And a lot of them after that Florida State game, we're talking about guys saying, okay, I can say this because I'm not naming names or anything like that. We're talking about guys saying, if you don't do something with Gaddis, I'm pulling my support at the end of the season.
I mean, I could see that.
And I'm not trying to bring up Gaddis again. I'm just using one specific example. There are plenty of them that are very upset with the outcome of this season, even with all things considered.
So
a Gaddis jar. Like, instead of a swear jar, we should have a Gaddis jar.
So, how big of a role does that play when you have donors that are putting in millions of dollars into the pot saying, I'm going to pull my support if you don't make a change with this? And this is a question from me, because I don't really know the answer to that.
Money talks, baby.
Well, let me ask this, and you'll have to figure out how to answer this in a way that you feel comfortable answering, right? But are we seeing any Dan Radakovich accountability, or is it all down? I mean, he's in ultimate control of everything. It's not Mario, it's Dan, right? Which
Dan
is our
got
problem
hired
with
after Mario.
Doesn't matter. I mean, we freaking hired the guy from Clemson, and the piece of shit that was here beforehand, like. Yeah. So,
not a Blake James fan?
I mean, I don't know. Do you like mediocrity? And anyways, so did you see anything headed toward Dan's way? Like, he's got to be the one answering these questions, right? Yeah, you got to answer that in your way, man. I don't know how to tee that up in a way that doesn't pigeonhole you, man.
I know, and I was gonna ask you if you can reword that kind of in a different way. But
okay, I got a good one. I got a good way to. Okay. Is pressure being applied outside of the coaching staff toward the administration on decisions they're making versus the coaching staff, or is it all targeted toward the coaching staff? Hopefully that tees that up better.
Well, how much decision making do we know?
Maybe not.
I hate to be that guy, but can we revisit that?
Yeah, I didn't mean to put you on
it's fine. It's fine.
Let me ask the question. All right, Chris, I got a question for you. How many years did it take for you to know that Manny Diaz was not it?
Oh, you're gonna hate this question. I'm gonna get blasted by our fans.
I got a few more.
I don't have an answer because what I came to learn, and I've been a Miami fan for a long time. What I came to learn a couple years ago is that I'm super fucking old. I'm ancient.
So old.
What I came to learn in the last couple years is that I learned about the lack of investment made in our organization as a whole, and it brought up a lot of questions around with Manny, not with the guys before him, but with Manny, and maybe with I've had some bourbon, so the dude with the orange ties, Al Golden, maybe with Golden, with those two specifically, right? What challenges were we running into, and what inhibitors were we running into in our success that were outside of the coach's control, that were due to things like facilities and and investments in the program and coaching staff budget and that kind of thing. So I say all that. I say all that. That's right. I say all that to give you a kind of an answer that sucks, but I'm going to give it to you. I don't think I was ever a Manny disbeliever. Because by the time Manny wasn't succeeding, I was questioning how much of his inability to succeed was based off of our inability to invest in what he was trying to do versus him as an individual coach.
So I just wanted a number. And then I was going to ask you, how many years did you think Randy Shannon had before he got fired? And then Al Golden, and then Mark Richt, and then keep going. And my question for you is, how many years in your head did you think all of those guys should have had before you can make a consensus on whether or not they should be fired or not?
So I got a good answer for that, at least in my opinion, is I think it's trajectory based. So I started a company in 2012, and I had this amazing business plan that has us like on a X% earnings increase year over year. And it's like really awesome to model. And then the problem is reality comes in and shit happens. Okay. So you end up with like hockey sticks and droughts and all sorts of shit that's happening, but you can put it on a chart and see trajectory, right, over a period of time. And so my answer to that is I look for trajectory. I look for, look, this year I write off. My son who's listening will tell you, like, I fucking yell and scream, and my family hates being in the same household as me normally when Miami plays, because I don't do well with losses. And this year it hasn't bothered me because I can't yell and scream about an offense that can't deliver with 80% of the starters out. Like, I've researched it. I can't find another offense that's had this many injuries in a single season. Like, I can't find one. So I haven't been frustrated this year, candidly. Like, I'm not thrilled, but I haven't been pissed off. So I'm looking for trajectory. I'm looking for what moves is Mario making on a year-over-year basis that has continual improvement. And if we end up at a 5-win season this year, and then next year we're at 7 wins, and the following year we're at 8 wins, and the next year we're at 9 wins, and I'm looking at continual improvement on the coaching staff and the recruiting rankings that are coming in, and all that shit, the development of the players. And I'm looking for the non the kind of what I'm calling soft skills, where players aren't giving up and they're all in. And I'm looking at the interviews and what the players are saying, and everything is screaming at me that it's going to take 7 years or 8 years or 10 years to get to a national championship, but we're headed in that direction. I'm fucking excited. Way more excited than I'd be over how many damn wins I have in X amount of years. Like, I just want trajectory. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. But yeah, I used to yell and holler and hoop so much I got sent outside, and now I'm in my own little enclosure. But this year, I think it was Roman or the Orange Bowl boys on Twitter had a question about how are you feeling about the way the season's going, comfortable, numb, whatever. And honestly, I've just been numb this year, knowing the fact that we have Mario, and that I actually, for once, think that we're going to get better. I just basically echoing what Chris said. That's just me, because I've seen some crap, dude.
Like, for anybody that's ever managed someone in their life, right? Like, imagine taking over a new team, and I don't give a shit what industry, what you're doing. Like, you're the new manager of the 5-person team, and all of them get fucking COVID and they're out for 3 months. And your boss comes to you and says, why the hell is your performance of your team slacking? Like, this is unacceptable. Like, let's just use some logic is all I'm saying. That's the lens I look through anyways.
Okay, fair. That's some valid points. It's hard to argue with that. All right, on to, did we give everybody a chance to answer that? I think we did. Did anybody have anything else they wanted to say?
I think Steve had about 10 more questions for Chris.
He didn't really answer it. He beat around the bush. He didn't give me a year.
I answered it. Let me say it.
Like, what are we doing here?
Hey, yeah, let me say it. Let me say it really simply. I'm looking for trajectory, right? Year over year growth is what I'm looking for, and I don't care if it takes 7 years.
The original question you asked was a trap then. The original question you asked was a trap then, because if we're 13-1 and our only loss is the ACC to Clemson in the ACC championship, we're not firing Mario. That's like such a trap question.
Well, no, I didn't ask the question.
I know, but there's no way to answer that properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
no. Next year we beat them.
Yeah, my point was I wasn't asking the question. The thing I was responding to is somebody said, how many years should we give the team to win the ACC championship? Right. And the correlation I drove was like an SEC team saying, how many years should you give to win the SEC? And for us, it's beating Clemson. For them, it's beating Alabama, right? Or Georgia in this case, right? And I think 3 years is fucking crazy, right? So I'm looking for trajectory, and it sure as shit isn't 3 years. I'd be ecstatic if we won it in 3 years. And the only way I see that happening is if Clemson's standard drops. But if Clemson's a top 4 team moving forward, what we're really asking is not do we win the ACC? It's how long are we giving the coaching staff to be a top 4 team? That's really what we're saying in that situation, due to Clemson's strength. And again, 3 years is nuts to me personally, right? Like I'm looking at trajectory. So that's what I was trying to answer your question with, buddy.
3 years, you have to analyze where we're at. And that's how I kind of answered that.
Totally agree.
In 3 years, we're not competing for a natty. In 3 years, we're not competing for a natty. But if we can keep improving over the next 3 years, I don't see why we can't compete for a top 2 spot in the ACC. Not saying that we're going to make it, but at least compete for it. Be in the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's the question, right, Melissa? Is when are we in the ACC championship game? And if somebody
I missed part
said,
of it because Mom called again.
That's okay. The question was, when do we win the ACC? And 3 years to me is nuts. However, if you look back and go, okay, how much leg room do we give the coaching staff to get us into the ACC championship game? 3-4 years is probably more viable, right? I just wouldn't sit here and say, again, if I was hiring all new staff for South Carolina, that we'd beat Alabama in 3 years. It's just much less on our side beating Clemson.
Okay, fair. All right, moving on to the next question that we have here. This one. Are you wanting me to answer this, Chris? Why does Coach Coop think Tyler Van Dyke will leave Miami?
You missed one before that, but go ahead and answer that one.
Wait,
that was the 6th one. I did that on my own because I couldn't help myself. But that was the 3rd that you just asked. There were 2 more that you skipped over.
Wait, did I really?
Yeah. That's all right.
Start making a list.
Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out because I don't see them unless I'm crazy. Are you talking about the one from?
Can you look by donations?
I can. Yeah.
Okay, so the one we just asked is how long till
from George.
Okay, and then what came after that?
And then it went to yours about TVD, and then above that I see one from Mark about development.
Okay, so you had development. I don't think we did that one. What above that one? Yet.
I don't show one above that one.
Okay, so I did 6 total. And I don't know if I can find them on mine.
It's okay. I got North Kentucky Canes with the first one. We did George with the stadium. We did water bottle with the improvements. And then we did VOKV with the wide receiver question. George with the ACC. And then I see yours with TVD. And then the one from Mark 6 for development.
You got it.
I probably got us off topic with all the Gaddis stuff and the other different questions. So
add $5 to the Gaddis jar.
What's crazy is everyone is telling me that Tyler Van Dyke is locked in and he's not going anywhere. that he's ready to rock. He wants to stay, and I know that he wants to be a Miami Hurricane.
Woohoo! Sex spot.
Oh, another sex spot.
It's just tough for it's just tough for me to like what is going through TVD's head after this season. Like to
get me an offensive line.
To go from being that dude, everyone hyping him up, and then I know there's been injuries. I know there's been questions on offense. I know there's been struggles, yada yada yada. Like, set all that aside and just look at from his point of view. He went from up here to nobody caring about him. When it comes to talks for Heisman potential, he's going to leave early and go to the NFL. Well, that sure as heck isn't happening.
Canes fans were calling for him to get benched at one point.
Yeah.
I mean,
so for me, I just feel like Tyler Van Dyke, from his point of view, has better options elsewhere. Like, if we keep Gaddis, even with a healthy O-line, I just don't know that it's necessarily a fit for him. I don't know if it's what he likes. And if we bring in a new OC, I've said this before, he's got to learn an entirely new offense again. Now, would that benefit him? Possibly, but he doesn't know. If he goes to another school, he still has to learn a new offense. But what if he goes somewhere where he knows what he's getting into, like an established OC that's been there 3 years, 5 years, and he knows what to expect? I don't know. I still think there's a shot that he leaves. I hope he doesn't.
Well, how much eligibility he got left?
Why not?
He got one more year?
Why can he not leave?
Because I'm in the NFL, right? And I've hired.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Like thousands of people in my career, right? So I'm in the NFL, and I ask, you hit. The first time you run into a situation of adversity and you leave, where the hell does he go? Where he's like, well, yeah, but I went wherever the hell it is on an equal playing field and blew out everybody. And so there's no risk that it has anything to do with me. Like, I proved myself. Like, going to some second-rate school doesn't do it. He'd have to go to somewhere to compete in the top 10 and blow out some bigger name schools.
Yeah,
to increase his draft status, right?
Because I argue, though, that everyone talks about him going to SMU because he wants to play with Lashley, but that does not really benefit him. And I'm not saying that he goes to SMU. I don't actually think there's any shot of that happening. Just because, again, who are they playing? I've talked about this. Tulane. Nobody cares. He would
love it.
He would love it. Yeah, absolutely. Did you guys see that? Not trying to get off topic. Did you see?
His interview after the Tulane loss?
Yeah. Oh,
the interviewer is so bad. Why would you even ask that?
Yep.
Just to throw this out here, you know who would probably be interested in him next season?
Who?
Georgia.
They
got an O-line.
What?
Stetson Bennett's leaving.
Who's his backup?
I don't even know.
I don't know either.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you got him protection and pocket passer with their receivers.
Here's what's crazy. It's not uncommon for these there's only like 3 schools. We're talking Clemson, Georgia, Alabama. Like, I will cease to it. I will admit the school that like makes me think of dirty diapers when I think of them. Okay. It's not uncommon for them to have like 3 amazing quarterbacks, and the first time you hear of them is in their freaking junior or senior season when the guy in front of them goes, and then they're like fucking lights out, right? Because they're 5-star, whatever, but they're behind 5-star, amazing first-round draft pick quarterback. So I don't know. It's an interesting one, right? But who's in the wings, and are they in the wings because of how great their current quarterback is, or is it because
I don't think so? I don't think so, because my brother's a UGA fan, and he's not too happy. I mean, he's happy enough with Stetson Bennett, but he's not extremely happy.
Sounds like a Miami fan.
Well, yeah.
It's like, he only won a national championship last year, but no, I'm not happy with him.
He hasn't lost yet,
yeah.
but I'm not really happy.
That you got to think he's a UGA fan that just got their first national title in 40-something years, right? So now they're going to start getting a little spoiled. Yeah. Thinking that they deserve it every single year. It's been a long time. I think it was the 80s, right? Like early 80s.
Shit, when was what's his face, the boot hobnail boot comment thing? When was Herschel Walker? That was
like 81, I think, is when they last.
Yeah, I think
that's
it was
way back
81
then.
or 82 when they got their title.
And when did Kirby Smart go to Georgia? This is such a good
17, same year we got Mark Richt.
piece of shit. He didn't win in 3 years. They should have fired him.
Alrighty then.
Hey, he did at least take them to the SEC championship the second year.
Trajectory.
Yeah,
Mark Richt
that's it.
didn't.
There you go.
Wait, hold on. Mark Richt didn't come to Miami in 2017. He came in 2016.
No,
He didn't win
he's talking about
No, but I'm
Mark
just
Richt
saying.
at Georgia.
Yeah. I'm saying because that 2017 year was his second year that we made the ACC championship game.
Okay, so 16.
I think it was 16.
But yeah,
So,
All right, I'm gonna go ahead.
I was just
Coop.
gonna say back to your question. There are a ton of arguments for him to stay, and he very well might stay, and I think that he wants to. He would prefer to stay at Miami. It would be the more comfortable thing to do. It's what makes sense for a lot of reasons. But I still think there's a chance.
So my son threw out one for you.
Okay.
He texted me. He said TVD could go to Oregon to replace Bo Nix. Would you be like the ultimate middle finger?
Wouldn't that just be like horrible?
But man, how do we feel then though about, let's say TVD ends this year with an injury, right? And we know it's shoulder related. It's on his throwing arm, right? So
Yes.
Yeah.
would he this hypothetical, given what we've seen from him in a different offense, would he still have a bunch of Power 5 teams foaming at the mouth to pick him up if he hit the portal?
I think so.
Yes.
I think so too.
Because you've seen what he can do in a different scheme.
But here's what you got to look at, right? You'd be looking at a Power 5 team in the top 15 teams. Because again, TVD, unless he's a moron and he has a bunch of morons around him, right? TVD's trying to get into the NFL.
Yeah.
So every decision he makes has to be toward that. So the only way that him leaving Miami helps him to get into the NFL, again, is if he can sit in front of a coach and say, look, coach, due to this, that, and the other, I couldn't show my abilities because of blah, blah, blah. So I wanted to go here and torch all the top competition and show that I was one of the best quarterbacks in the country. And so he's got to get into like or something like top 15, right? Top 10 probably.
SEC.
I don't know. Well, shit. It depends on what part of the year. Right now, there are a bunch of fucking Big Ten teams in there. It's again, they play each other and they're useless.
I can't say the Big Ten, knowing your feelings of the Big Ten. That's why I say the SEC.
So yeah, he's got to go to a big name school, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So then you're like, okay, put your coach head on. So what position does your school have to be in where you want to bring a brand new quarterback in to go train your quarterback? So I'm gonna bring TVD in. Now, before I say this, he can start next year if he transfers, or he has to wait a year. What's the ruling there?
He can start, yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay, I want to make sure so I didn't sound like a complete idiot. So you've got to be in a position where you have so little faith in your back in like the next up and coming that you feel better about TVD with like 6 months of learning your offense versus the guy you've had on the bench learning it for 3 years. So I don't know who that is.
And the other thing is, TVD is the guy here. He's QB1. Unless we bring in some transfer portal QB that battles him, I don't see anybody beating him out for the starting job next year. I'm assuming Jake transfers. Jakari's still raw. He needs more time. Matoka's not going to compete, and Emery's going to be a true freshman. He's the guy here. He's going to play. He's going to be the starter next year.
Can he hold that starting job?
Who?
TBD. Can he hold the starting job? I think so.
I'm not saying that he can't. I'm just posing a question.
I said the only threat to his starting job next year here would be if we bring in somebody from the portal.
All right, and I keep feeling like I'm monopolizing, so Coop, tell me to shut up, and I'll mute my mic for 10
like
minutes,
I said,
right?
I'm not feeling hot, so I'm sitting back. I'm chilling.
So the only threat to TVD is either the O-line or TVD. Like, that's it. So if the O-line is so porous that TVD needs to start every play running backwards in order to get a jump on the guys running after him so he doesn't die, then maybe we find some quarterback that's faster that can outrun the world running after him. But he's already proven, like, the dude is a great passer. I don't know if he's proven if he's like the audible genius, like if he's got the mind game that Dorsey had before. This is the first guy I've seen in 20 years that I could say is a franchise quarterback if we could protect the dude. So it's his to lose.
And that's the problem this year. That was the problem this year.
Absolutely. Like,
that's why I said that's why he was on my list of 5 that he needs, that I want him to stay.
Anyone that wants him to go, like, I want to, like, personally fly there and smack him in the head. I mean, he's
we all understand that I'm not saying I want him to go, right? Just making sure we're on the same page.
But there's people in chat.
Okay.
There's people in chat
I need
right?
people to understand I'm not saying I
people
want
in chat telling me
TVD
to get
transfer.
in the kitchen. So, I mean, no offense to the Canes fan, but there was a guy in chat telling me that I equal the kitchen.
You could be a good
so
cook,
not everybody
right?
in chat has a mind.
We can go back to the
good point.
The Josh Gaddis argument. When looking at the quarterbacks, I would like to give Jake another year to see how he does in this offense with a healthy O-line. Same with Tyler Van Dyke, Jakari, all those guys. So I'm not saying I want any of them to transfer. I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
No, me neither, but I think Jake. I think Jake is going to transfer.
Jake 100% makes sense to leave.
Garcia needs to go.
Yeah.
He cannot
to
win
benefit
here.
him.
No, for us
to benefit him.
And I hate to say that because maybe he watches it and I love you, dude. But there's no win-win, right? Like, I think Brown is a better scramble quarterback than him. And Garcia has not shown that he's some great passing QB. I would have argued this differently a year ago, but all year long, he has not been a passing QB. And then you're like, okay, who scrambles better, Brown or Garcia? There's not a debate there.
No,
okay.
There's not.
So there's not a win for Garcia here. He needs to go, and we need to bring somebody in to start grooming that matches where not Gaddis, but Mario envisions his offense, the schemes that he wants to run 3 years from now, when he doesn't have 80% of his people injured, and he has people that can actually are built for whatever the hell that looks like, right? Is it a bunch of huge dudes that allow us to run up the middle?
I hope
Is
so.
it a bunch of like, I think your Miami, like, our fan base would argue the shit out of that. We want a bunch of like 6'1" guys running 4.6 40s that, like, 250 pounds, whatever the hell that is.
We talked about this last Sunday. I know, Chris, you were nodding your head when I said I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I don't think that's what they want. That's what the fans want. That's the fans looking back to, well, we want to do we got the speedsters, the South Florida guys, the fast dudes. That's what we want to do. That's what the fan wants to do, because you're thinking back to these days when we were great, just like the fans that want to bring back the Nike jerseys, because then we'll win a national championship.
Oh, God, I hate that argument.
That's not what the current coaching staff is trying to do with the team.
Well, the argument there is a really interesting one. And while I was going to go to Miami to play a sport there, it wasn't football. I didn't, so I can't completely speak to this. I do think that what lends itself to that is the talent that's in that area lends itself to that style, right? And so if you can pull 80% of the amazing talent out of Miami, then you end up in that run and gun. Your offensive linemen run 4.6 40s and, you know, whatever, right? The old school, like Miami versus Nebraska, big boys versus the fast dudes kind of thing. But I don't know if that is the current meta, so to speak, of college football. And I can't think of a single top 5 or top 10 team year over year that remains there with that run and gun type offense. I think it's morphed, right?
Can we also, this is a topic that gets me riled up a little bit. Can we talk about George's comment right here? When I give someone $10 million, I expect results.
I saw the same shit.
So here's the thing. Money can't literally buy wins. Like you could pay look George, you could pay me $100 million in 2023 and make me the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes, and it won't instantly equal wins. That's a bad analogy because I don't have a coaching background. But
you could pay other schools to lose.
It should lead to improvement. Like we can upgrade the facilities. There's, you know, you can bring in a star-studded coaching staff. Things should progressively get better, and it's good that we're pumping money into the program, and it will be a good thing long term. But just because you hand Mario $8 million in 2022 doesn't mean we go undefeated and win a national championship or compete for a conference championship.
With 80% of our starters out.
Because
right,
that's Canes fans' argument. I see it on Twitter. I know you see it, Melissa. I know other people see it. They say, we didn't pay $8 million to go 5-7, assuming we lose to Pitt. And I agree. I know the expectations should be high. But
according to the rest of Twitter, it buys recruits.
Well, not only that, but they signed a contract for him for, what was it, 8 or 10 years?
Yeah.
10 years.
Like
$80 million over 10 years.
Yeah, so they're expecting to give him the time. Like, why? The fans aren't the ones that are actually forking out all that money. It's not the fans. We're paying some of it with all the sales and stuff like that, but the majority of that's not coming from us.
All right, I got $100.
Especially when we don't fill the stadium.
I'll be the fan.
Okay.
I'll be the fan that puts their money, because Nick, you're right. Okay. But I'll be the fan that's an idiot that throws their money out. All right, George, because I've asked this question 12 times tonight. I'll ask it again. I'll give you even an extra way to win. So you have 2 ways to win. The first is give me the coach that lost 80% of their starters in their offense that had a great season. Okay? just and it's like a top 10 team. Okay, or top 20. Man. Shit. Top 20.
Now, Chris,
just give me that one.
I know George. George won't back down.
Can we just put this on a recording?
What kind of bourbon you want, Chris?
Put it on one of your hotkeys.
Because there's not an answer. Because I've watched a lot of fucking football in my life, and I've never heard of a team where ESPN's like, oh, there's a few, you know, all right, well, there's a great contest today between blah and blah. And, well, the only problem Blah A has is 80% of their fucking starters are out, and they're all freshmen. Like, I've never heard that in 25 years of watching football. So if he knows an answer to that, I'll throw $100. Now, he won't have an answer. That's cool. We'll move on. Give me an argument for some fucking coach or offensive coach that will succeed with 80% of their starting offensive players out. I mean,
George is
it's
too
like
busy
crazy.
Crap with the Louisville fan.
He can talk. I like George. I fucking paid for 2 of his questions.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I'm not hating on the guy.
No, George
right?
is a guy that George can go back and forth. He can take it, or I wouldn't have brought it up. George can take the banter. He can go back and forth. He's a cool dude.
I'm not going to get my feelings hurt. Like nothing would make me happier than to be like, George, you're right. Here's $100. I'll give it to Coop, who can give it to you, or I'll find some way to give it to you.
Yeah, you could give it to me.
There's no way you could ever prove it.
You could give it to me.
But there's
That's
no
okay.
way you could ever prove it.
Give me plausible, just plausible. Something that
I think
one out of this panel would agree with. I'd be cool with.
Chris is the guy that if it plausible, he would accept. Chris would say, "Okay, you're right.
Right?
You're right." He would.
George, I'm waiting.
This is the most I've heard Chris talk in a live.
I can't help. I'm sorry. Part of it's a bourbon, but
Chris is heated today. He couldn't get much words in last weekend, so now he's rolling with it.
It's just a type of stuff that like and George, don't take this as a slam in any way because I don't mean it toward you, but like it's just all right. Not targeted to you at all, George.
Issue.
It's this whiny, fucking bratty bullshit that our fan base does. We're like, yes, Miami, you increase your coaching budget $30 million a year, and you're talking about building a stadium, and you made all these investments, but fuck you. And Coop, you said I could cuss. Fuck you.
Go.
You all are pieces of shit, and you're not doing enough. We lost 80% of our offense due to injuries, and it's because of something within your control. And so we should just fire everybody. The band marched to the left, and they should have marched to the right, and that's why they all got hurt. Like it's
you sons of bitches. There, I said a curse word.
Like, thank you. Like it just that's a part that irritates me.
No, I know where you're
coming from. I asked the cussing question at the beginning because I planned on cussing, but Chris is taking care of that for me.
In Louisville, look at this shit. This is you got me going. Louisville fanatic. I only have 5 wins. Cry, cry, cry. You know what? Take 80% of your starters and take them out of your lineup. How many wins you got? Tell me you got more than 5. Go ahead. Argue that shit. 3rd string quarterback. Go ahead.
Man, I should pop.
I'm waiting.
Now,
just argue that shit.
Listening to this.
Now, on that note of 80% people being out, we have a George Cherry. George tonight. He asked the strength and conditioning coaches the problem with injuries. Is there
I paid for that. I paid for that question. Yes, sir.
There's an Oregon fan in the chat saying they have the same issue.
I'm sorry,
with the
Chris. I didn't see your name on there. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
My bad.
No, because it's a great question. I don't know the answer. That one we can debate. Like there's a debate there, and maybe there's something that.
I will say, if you guys are enjoying Chris and all of his cussing, Chris joined Twitter last weekend to help get me to 1,000 followers. So we need to get Chris tweeting more because it might get interesting on Twitter.
Melissa, what's Chris's Twitter again? Hold up.
80%.
He legit said he joined Twitter just to give me a follow because he wanted to get me to 1,000. We need to get this
I have
guy
4 follows. That's it. I have 4. Like I just joined last week.
It's
I was actually waiting. I was waiting for a break to bring up the strength and conditioning because there's got to be something going on.
Everybody follow Chris on Twitter. There it is, @Chris Gaffney GA.
All right, hey Melissa, you gotta teach me how to tweet, and we'll make that interesting, okay?
All right.
So
everyone, go follow Chris on Twitter. Coop, put it in the chat.
I did. I linked it. I linked him down.
All right. He's at 4 followers right now. I can say I knew Chris before he was famous on Twitter.
I think that
or before he gets banned.
I think
more likely.
Elon Musk is running Twitter now. Nobody's getting banned.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're good.
Good point. Thank you.
Hey, for $8 a month, you can even get verified.
What did George just say? Or go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jordan.
No, I was just gonna give you a break, dude. You still got some bourbon left in the cup, baby. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Now this question has been brought up. You know, a lot of people, and I kind of agree with it, is that some of these kids probably haven't been through this type of strength and conditioning. either that. You all right there, Nick?
Yeah, man, my
I
headphone came out.
I just got a
looked-
shout out from Coach Hayes, so my night is made now.
What? I'm jealous.
Oh, what?
I'm jealous.
Go you.
I'm jealous.
I'm just gonna throw that out there. Coach Hayes showing me some love in the chat. What's up, Coach
Wow.
Hayes?
Lucky. But no, I mean, I don't know if they're just killing them cats or what, but it could just be as simple as they're just not used to that. I don't know. But 80% of them are suffering.
You know.
So Jordan, here's a question. It's like all different, bro. It's like this guy broke his toe. This guy hurt his ankle. That guy hurt his arm. This guy hurt it. Like, because you're right. Like that. Like I'm a data guy, and maybe there's a correlation. But when it's all different, I don't know enough about football to speak intelligently there.
I haven't heard anything. Of course, I don't have the inside scoop like Coach Coop does, but you know. But anyway, seriously though, I mean, it is a good point, Chris. You don't know what the extent of the injuries are. Okay, I don't think 80% of our offense is out because of whatever. I don't know the severity of the injuries. Maybe if Coach Hayes is still available, he could tell us what he knows. But I don't know. All right, Nick, go ahead. Get your shot in, dude.
About what?
I don't know. You were going to say something about this, and next thing I know, you laid out on the floor.
Yeah, my headphone fell out under my car, so not my car, but a car in the garage.
I mean, I do know that they say Feld likes to run his strength and conditioning program, I mean, at a high intensity, fast paced, kind of like how they yeah, exactly. Juicy, right? The way that if you go back and watch the way he did it at Oregon, man, when they're in, and I know a lot of guys are like that, but when they're in the weight room, Feld is over there, he's hyping them up, he's jumping up and down, he's saying, let's go, 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 fast, move. I'm not a strength and conditioning expert. Could that maybe be a light shock compared to the type of
but what are some of these injuries? Like TVD's injury wasn't a strength and conditioning problem. Zion Nelson was injured before the season.
Yeah, because what I was gonna say is I think overall though you can't really point the finger to that. Like
all right.
I mean
I've been arguing for our coaches. I'm going to throw you the bone to potentially argue against them. Okay?
Okay.
Did we bring any of the players back too fast and thus exacerbate the problem?
I think
I don't have an
TVD
opinion
was
on
back
this,
too fast, but I think we were desperate. TVD was not 100% when he came back to play Duke, and that bit us in the butt for sure.
We did it last year with a different coaching staff, and we did it this year again.
All right, I got to take up for that for a second. I was a pitcher, all right? And so when he had that wonky arm motion, I don't know if that was we brought him back too fast versus he tried to do some weird shit and kind of exacerbated a problem that normally wouldn't be a problem. But a coach maybe couldn't have seen that, right?
But if he's exacerbating a problem, that means he still has the problem. And hence he would have been brought back too fast.
I'll give an example of that. So I was a pitcher, right? Like played in the minor leagues style pitcher. And it'd kind of be like a coach saying, well,
Chris was not a Billy jerk. Sorry.
Let's say I had to throw sidearm for some fucking reason, and I normally don't, and I injure myself, right? Like, is that a coaching decision there? Like, I altered my normal motion, and I got an injury. And Melissa, I'm not debating it as like saying you're wrong as much as I am saying I don't know. It's an interesting. Yeah. It's one of those where it's an interesting topic.
Yeah, but wasn't he also grabbing the shoulder before that? After a couple throws? I feel
I don't
like
believe so.
that one kind of
I
brought
don't
him
remember.
out, but I thought before that he was already like kind of holding onto the shoulder a couple times.
Well, I mean, it was pretty obvious before the start that he wasn't 100%. Like everybody was talking about it. But we didn't really. Oh, where did Chris go? But I mean, everybody wanted him to come back because he's our best option to win with what we have currently. I mean, I know Jakari helped us win Georgia Tech, but it's Georgia Tech, and Jakari's raw. I'm not saying he's not going to develop into a great player for Miami, but he was kind of thrown into a situation that he wasn't prepared for. Nobody saw Jakari getting any meaningful minutes this year, let alone starting against Clemson and Georgia Tech.
He made true freshman mistakes that we would expect a true freshman to make, and he struggled in the areas that we knew he would struggle in. Deep ball, timing,
so there's no hate on Jakari.
Yeah.
There's no if as he learns and gets comfortable with the system and his accuracy gets better, I think he'll be great at Miami. But I think I definitely, and Chris asked the question, I think we brought TVD back too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
For sure think we did.
Yeah.
I think we did too.
But
Next question.
I do think it's wild, though, because a lot of Canes fans, and the reason why that was a good question is because if you are on Twitter or these Miami Hurricanes groups, there are a lot of Canes fans. There's you're starting to see some similarities here, but a lot of Canes fans are calling for Feld to be fired because they feel like that with his strength and conditioning program, that it's injuring the players and causing them to get hurt. But again, just answering that question, I don't think that's. I think he's fine. I think Feld is fine.
I don't think he should be fired, but I think there should probably be something looked into that, because that is a hell of a lot of injuries to take in 1 year.
But a lot of them are in-game injuries. This isn't just like, oh, I'm out of shape and I pulled a hammy.
Okay, but that could be said about every single team, though, and not every team has as many injuries as we do. Like everybody.
TVD got hit and landed on his shoulder wrong, and that caused his injury. That's nothing to do with strength and conditioning. Jacoby George broke his thumb. That has nothing to do with strength and conditioning. Zion's surgery in the season, huh?
How did he break the thumb?
In game. How are you going to work out your
Melissa,
thumb?
yeah. Look, more video games.
I mean,
more video games. Where's Steve? Steve, back me up.
Injury was lingering from the previous season.
More Pokemon.
Zion Nelson had knee surgery in the offseason from an injury from the previous season that he never fully healed from. That has nothing to do with our strength and conditioning program. Like,
Melissa, I literally ran back to my computer to answer that question. That is such a good. I mean, the thumb exercises were lacking. I mean, here's the thing I find interesting. And again, I'll shut up and let you guys talk.
Play more Pokemon with Coop, and you'll get your thumb. I mean,
Dingo.
Our fans
if you're lifting weights and drop the weight wrong, or there's definitely ways you can break your thumb working out.
Dude, he did it in the game.
I'm not.
Like we're arguing his thumbs weren't strong enough.
No,
I know that.
I'm not a sports medicine person. I mean, I work in medicine, but I'm not a sports medicine person or a physical therapist. I know Trevante Citizen tore his ACL like in a practice or a scrimmage. Does that have anything to do with strength and conditioning? I don't know if there's any like physical therapy experts.
I mean, I don't think so. I think sometimes it's also just bad luck. Like football's physical. Guys are going to get hurt. I know that we had a lot of injuries, more possibly than normal. But I still I don't even look Aaron Feld's way, just to be honest with you personally.
And then to go off of Chris's point about losing 80% of the offense, and so our depth is shot. Are these guys just getting tired because they're probably getting more reps than they thought they were going to get? I mean,
yeah. Let me see.
You can throw out a million scenarios.
You were asking for Coach Hayes' response, and he said something. What did he say?
I didn't see that. Yeah.
He said,
"Okay,
the injury bug is real. All teams go through this, and every team is missing a lot of starters. Depth plays a big role in the injury conversation."
Can he tell me, because I'm ignorant, name one team that's lost 80% of their starters just this year? Because I just want to. I want to feel like I'm in the group.
Can this be your first tweet? Can this question be your first tweet? I will teach you how to tweet. So
teach me how to tweet. I will throw that shit out there. I'll throw it out with a bounty.
All four of your Twitter followers, and then I will retweet it, and then Coop will retweet it, so that we can all get this answer.
like it blows my mind, and here's the other thing:
put it in your bio.
Yes, put it in the bio.
Melissa, we'll have a conversation after. You just teach me. I'll follow you. You got 1,000 followers. I'll jump in, right?
Coop has a lot more. So if he retweets it and I retweet it, maybe we can get Coach Hayes to retweet it.
You know what? My goal for 2022 is 10 followers. If we get to 10 followers, that'll be amazing.
You could hit that literally here in about 30 seconds.
Halfway there.
I'll put the link in the chat right now. And we'll carry.
Don't follow me because I'm old.
Chris.
We will carry this on after the stream.
I'm gonna go freaking tweet it right now.
If I can do it, anybody can do it, bro. You're all right.
Oh, there you go, Jordan. So here's my thing. I got to throw it out. All right, and now I swear to you, I'm gonna shut up and I won't say a word for the next 15 minutes.
I like you talking.
Unless I'm asked a question.
Wait, you have 8 followers currently on Twitter. You're 80% of the way there to 10.
Told you.
Oh my god, I'm gonna monetize.
Look at the irony. Look at the irony. You're 80% of the way there.
10 coming up.
We act like we're fucking Alabama, okay? Like we act like it's some amazing gift. Like it's this what's the word I'm looking for? It is a shit. I'm gonna use gift. It's wrong. I'll think of it in a second. It's like this gift we give coaches to come to Miami. Like it's this amazing opportunity to take on this amazing school with all this amazing success currently, with not like realistic expectations, and just come on. And we act like that. We're like, oh, well, yeah, the guy was the fucking best strength and conditioning coach in the U.S. Let's fire his ass because we'll go get. We got 14 more applying. Like number 2 through 13 are applying to come here because we're amazing. Like we are this year in pay, and we can talk about 20 years ago when we were good. No. Outside of that, it's a fucking shit show.
No, Chris, you're right, because Canes fans always think that we have the pick of anyone that we want.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to point out that one of my followers already retweeted my tweet to follow you, Chris.
I wish I knew what that meant.
But they always feel like literally every option is on the table. They basically
copied and pasted my tweet and posted it on their thing.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, man.
You're up to 11 followers.
Nope, he's up to 12. He's up to 12.
Refresh.
I just
You're
followed
up to
him.
12 followers, Chris.
I'm
keep 12. It going. Listen, Canes fan, let's get him to 100. Let's get him to 100, guys.
Oh, God. I wouldn't know what to do with 100. All right, Coop, keep going. Keep going.
I only have 139, Chris, so don't feel bad. Okay, where are we at? 80% of the starters
Coop was making a point. Coop, keep
going. That was honestly all I had to say. It just blows my mind that Canes fans think that every coach in the country wants to come be at Miami. It's not true. I said, when people make the joke, look, I know it's just a joke. I know everyone's kidding. When everyone says, Coach Coop for offensive coordinator, my answer is hell no. Heck no. Even if I had the experience, I'm not going and being the OC at Miami because I'm not potentially ending my career before it even begins. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
Come to Miami.
It's a joke.
All
but
we ask is beat Clemson in 3 years, win the ACC.
With no offensive line.
Chris,
the injuries don't matter.
80%. 80%.
I couldn't run out of the kitchen fast enough because I would not be able to take the heat. 100%.
If every coach wanted to coach here, Ken Dorsey would already be here.
Fucking who the fuck is Ken? I mean, I know who Ken is, but we're hiring people that have. Look at. What I'm saying is, look at Ken Dorsey's coaching experience against Gaddis. And we're like, well, damn, Gaddis is an idiot. I mean, hell, 55% or whatever of our people watching right now think he's an idiot.
Ken Dorsey's coaching experience, and all he has to put on his resume is that he developed Josh Allen. Am I wrong?
He developed Cam Newton too. He helped Cam Newton.
Who did they play behind?
Josh Allen. This is in the NFL. He developed Josh Allen in the NFL.
Take the NFL and take 80% of their starters away.
Now,
just saying.
To be fair, I know that we're all saying like this is hypothetical and we're talking about something that won't happen, can't happen. But there is, again, back to what the conversation we just had, there's a large portion of Canes fans that firmly believe that Ken Dorsey would come back to Miami because he played here at Miami and everybody wants to come to Miami. There's a huge group of Canes fans that thinks he would come back here.
I think he
I'm not
would.
one of them. No, huh?
But he's not good enough. He's not good enough.
You got me in the first half.
I don't think he's coming back to Miami. He's making a killing in the NFL. And he has Josh Allen as his quarterback.
No, see, look. Oh, never mind. I read it wrong. I thought that HJS Kane said Dorsey would come here. Okay, no, he's not. But
if we want to coach right now, I'm going to tell you how the interview process goes. Okay, whoever it is, I guess it's Radikovich sits down or Mario, and we say, we want you to come here. How much? And then they like blah blah blah, such and such will pay us this, and we go, okay, we'll double it. That's how these go. If we don't have a coach here that's take out of the equation like the Alabamas, the Georgias, and I only say that because those assistant coaches are building their resume to go be a head coach for like a billion somewhere, right? So take those guys out. But a Ken Dorsey, if we wanted fucking Ken Dorsey, we just go to him and go, hey, we'll pay you $1 million more a year or $2 million more a year than you're making right now, and we just get him.
Right, you're saying you think that he would do that?
Fuck yeah, we could buy him off.
Nah.
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Why not? Why not?
No,
he's on track to be a head coach in the NFL in the next 3 to 5 years.
We might be willing to offer that, but he wouldn't take it. No. And money talks, bro. Money talks 100%.
All right, I got to Google. Google. I'm sorry.
Ken Dorsey, it would not take that. Would not.
One second. While I'm looking at this up, can you tell me what position we would hire him into?
Everybody wants offensive coordinator.
Sidetrack.
Okay.
Has everyone stopped by the Coach Coop merch shop?
Oh wait.
Have you all seen this pipe hoodie? I'm just letting you know, like, if you haven't bought
Hold on,
Coach
Melissa,
Coop
can
merch,
you hold it up again?
All right.
Can you hold it up again? Dang, that thing looks that thing looks good.
All right.
Okay. Hang on real quick, because I got this nailed.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, nail it, baby.
Sorry, I can't help it. The bourbon is within me.
Got another
Coop. What position would we hire him into?
Offensive coordinator. Offensive coordinator.
All right, cool. He made $661,000 last year. We paid Gaddis.
he wasn't the offensive coordinator last year
or whatever the hell he was. Whatever the hell he was. I'm looking at
He was a QB coach. This is his first year as an offensive coordinator. He was the QB
He made
coach
$661,000 last year.
He's not nice.
as a QB coach.
I am telling you. Okay.
Oh, okay. What if somebody's got the scoop on what he's getting paid right now as an OC with the Bills?
It's $661,000.
No.
As an OC.
Not Not right now.
He's
That's
not
not
making
what he's getting paid.
$600,000 as the OC. I can guarantee that.
No. Well, hold up. No,
you know what? I'm looking at it different. Hang on. OC pay in NFL. 1 second. The offensive coordinators, the average offensive coordinator makes $1 million a year. I'm telling you, if we wanted him and we came to him and said, we will give you a 5-year contract at $2 million a year, the fucking guy would come. And
I don't think he will.
How do I say this without
I'm
sounding
with
wrong?
Melissa. No, I'm with Melissa 100%. I don't disagree with Chris often. He would not come back to. He would no. He
I
wouldn't.
don't
He's-
think it would be a
he's
definite
on
no.
track.
I
He's
don't
on
think it would
track
be a
to be a head
definite no.
coach. He's on track to be a head coach
It's
in the NFL.
different. Okay. How many? Oh gosh, no.
I
Even
have a
my
question.
son is telling me I'm wrong, by the way.
Yeah.
So I got to be wrong.
Your son is
I
a
don't know
smart
why,
man.
but I'm wrong.
Wait, he's watching the live stream?
He is. He says
Why
he's
isn't
texting
he a
me.
Canes fan member? Get him on here.
Yeah, fuck, I'll pay for it. He says he's a friend. What is he? Hang on. He just said he said you're wrong here, bud. He has a franchise QB, no reason to leave. What I will tell you is if you have an opportunity to make a guaranteed 10 or 15 million dollars, that is retirement income. Okay?
But
Like, I just
does he chance
Go ahead.
tarnishing his name at the University of Miami to come try to be an OC here, and then everyone
So what's the worst case? He comes here, tarnishes his shit, gets paid off, and makes $6-7 million in a year or two.
and then what does he do? Tuck his tail and run back to the NFL?
Run backs
got-
and makes
He's
650
offensive
grand a year.
coordinator. He's an offensive coordinator for a team who's one of the likely Super Bowl favorites, coaching an offense with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs.
So
Why
do we
would
see
you
him
leave
being? Because do we see him
Okay.
being a head coach?
What if I told you
And
that
he's
they?
on track for it, yes.
What if I told you they approached him and he said no?
Did he? Did they?
All right, I'm gonna give you.
I'm
I'm gonna give you.
gonna-
I'm just asking
Don't-
a question.
Don't throw that out there.
I'm just asking.
All right,
the
don't get yourself in trouble. Don't get yourself in trouble. Okay.
Listen, listen. The fever's affecting your brain,
It
bro.
is. It is.
Don't say those
I-
things without
I
confirming.
did-
Because I know you have sources.
Average. Hang on, I'm
I
looking
could
it up.
just.
Hang on
I
one
could
second.
just be messing with everybody.
Imagine how many iPads we would go through if Dorsey was the OC here.
Okay, the average head coach in the NFL makes $6.5 million a year. So the question I would have, Coop, let's say you're a coach, and I come to you and I say I want you. I'm gonna pay you a couple $1,000,000 a year to come here to Miami, right? And I want you, which means you can kind of dictate those terms. If you come here and say, if you come and say, look, I want a 5-year contract at $2 million or $3 million, or I want a 10-year contract at $2 million, whatever the hell that is. Like, that's just.
All right. But
you're-
are you asking me or are you asking Ken Dorsey?
I would say you're in his shoes. Like, you're still in a situation of
But
will
coaching
you
college
be?
is a lot more work. What makes you think
It
Dorsey
is,
wants to
but-
deal with all the recruiting?
Here's what I'll say. Okay, coaches in college have successfully transitioned to the NFL a lot. NFL coaches do not successfully, generally speaking, transition into college. So him moving up in college doesn't hurt his pro status. I can argue the opposite on the other end.
No, I just.
All right then.
Coop
And if
said.
everybody's being quiet because
Oh,
I'm an
Coach-
idiot,
no,
that's
Coach
okay.
Hayes just answered your question.
Coop.
Chris, check the chat.
Coop says yes to that scenario. Ken Dorsey says no. Oh, here we go. I'll pin it.
No. Not how many players. Fuck. Okay.
Coach Hayes, he's asking what offensive coordinator could succeed with the amount of injuries that we have
No.
this-
One word. Starters.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
starters. Not how many people hurt their finger. Starters. That's what I'm asking. And by the way,
Chris is drumming up
that
all the
was
drama.
just offense.
I love drama.
Bro. Just offense. That's all I'm asking for. Show me the team where 80% of the offensive starters are injured. In the last 10 years, I will throw you $100. I don't know how to get it to you. I'll fucking PayPal it to you or Cash App it or whatever the hell it is.
Send it to me and I'll make sure he gets it.
Thank you.
Or
I
you
got
can
it.
just send it to me,
Okay.
and I'll make sure he doesn't get it.
80%. Miami sucks. Louisville Fanatic, because Louisville with 80% of their starters out
Listen,
would absolutely be
that Louisville
like
guy
amazing.
has been trolling.
Yeah.
That Louisville guy has been trolling for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's not trolling. That's just stupidity. Like, I could throw it out there. Alabama
Like
sucks.
I said, not everybody has a brain.
Clemson
It's got a
sucks.
stump.
Georgia sucks. Like, I could say that. It's no big deal.
Any
apparently sucks.
any more topics tonight? Any other discussion points? Any?
I got a question. Hypothetical. Let's say we beat Pittsburgh.
Hmm?
We're bowl eligible. Do you think, or does anybody think we'll have enough players to field a team?
It's a legit question.
Say that again?
Let's hypothetically say we beat Pittsburgh.
And become
We're
bowl
bowl
eligible.
eligible. Will we have enough players to adequately fill a team on the field for the bowl game?
This is a horrible answer. We don't have enough good players that'll leave for the NFL to cause us a problem.
No, but transfer portal.
Exactly.
Oh shit, that's a good point.
Good morning, sunshine. How you doing, baby?
Hello.
This is like a new world. It's a new world with the transfer portal thing. Because it
Would we
Remember,
argue
the
about
transfer portal opens December 5th. And
Wait.
our bowl game probably is like the second week of December.
now wait, think about this for a second. Think about this scenario. All of the fans want to argue for the extra practices for the young guys, right? And maybe there's a little bit of money involved. Is there a world where Mario actually declines a bowl game if that's possible because he's ready to get into the 2023 season and flip the roster? And I'm just again posing a question.
I don't see that happening.
Okay.
Yeah, the practice time's too important.
Okay.
It's just too. I mean, it's too important.
And I agree. I just want I want to see some interaction. I want to see what people say.
Again, hypothetical.
I want to know. I have a question for the chat. Does Louisville Fanatic have anything of substance to say? Like, say something of substance, man.
I'm gonna like pay for my son's comment because it's.
I'll pin.
Depressing.
You don't have to pay. Like just tell me and I'll pin it.
All right, here. I'm going to throw it out there. And my son, I'm going to tell you the pain of, like, you guys will appreciate this. So my son, he's in the Navy. All right.
Oh, cool.
He's early 20s, right? And so he wasn't like, I guess he was conceived around the time we were good. And then it's been one disappointment after a year after that. So he hasn't lived through that genre, right? And I've tried to raise him in the Miami thing, and here's what he said. Let me
Navy
copy
just beat
paste.
UCF this past weekend, so
I gotta ask him if he's a Navy fan. All right, hang on a second.
it's their first like ranked road win like ever or something.
Would 13 more practices magically fix things? No, and nobody thinks that.
No.
It's just
It's not gonna magically fix things. It's just repetition.
Yeah, it's very valuable to get those extra practices in, but especially with some of the young guys that are going to get a lot more reps. I do think it's important.
Louisville Fanatic, you're not making us mad. I don't know why you think you're making us mad. You're not. You're just
I gotta
making
sponsor
yourself
it.
look dumb.
It's too many words for a non-sponsored
No, I mean,
post. Hang on.
I'll
Here you
pin
go.
it.
No, that's all right. I want to throw it up because it's from him, not me, and I just feel like it's
You
what
just
the hell?
donated $1 and didn't write anything.
Oh Jesus Christ! All right, hang on. Coop, you're exploiting the little.
There's a
people.
movement starting. There's a movement starting in chat that Chris's son is smarter than Chris.
I think there was like a $50 minimum
He
to put
is.
text or something. I can't remember what it
I-
was.
I did that the other night. I was trying to type
Really?
something out, and I was like, it just kept flashing the little donate thing.
Yeah, it's probably bugged or something
Because
on YouTube's end.
I had like 300 characters.
It's a
in it.
sign, Chris. Just punch it in. I'll pin it.
And so I wanted to go.
just threw it up.
Oh, dang. It
wanted
has
to
to
go-
be a $20 one.
It had to be a $20 to get enough characters, but that's okay.
Nobody
That's
wants
capitalism,
to coach at
and
Miami where if
I'm
you
a
don't win
believer.
the ACC after 2 years, you get fired, and after the first season, the whole fan base hates you and wants you fired. Not worth the risk of someone's career. But I mean, honestly, that probably happens at a lot of schools. I'm not gonna lie.
But it's really bad here. It's
I mean, no, it is
what
really bad here.
schools does that happen at? That's like 5-5 or 6-6 or whatever we're going to be this year.
I mean, Gator fans were calling for Napier's head after certain losses this season. I saw it on Twitter. Watch Hurricane T2Y's posts about like crying Gator fans on Twitter or on like the message boards. It's hilarious.
You know, it's so weird. So I changed. So I own an IT company, and I got a lot of employees, and I'm a big pay for performance guy. Okay, like to the point where post COVID, I'm in the process of changing every position in the company to have a pay for performance metric attached to their income. So like imagine, and I'm going to use these numbers just because easy math. Imagine you make $100,000. And I say, look, I'm taking 40% of that away from you in salary. But if all you do is your base job, you'll make $60,000 in bonus. So if you do your job, you'll make 120 instead of 100, if that makes any sense, right? I am a believer in that. But fucking Miami takes it to a whole new level, bro. Like it's just our expectations are like they're special.
Chris, how did you become a Miami fan?
Oh God, I didn't want to go down this path. So I was a baseball player.
No, because you're very passionate, so I'm intrigued.
All right, so I was a baseball player, and I had lots of choices, Miami being one of them, to go play baseball. My mom died when I was 18. I ended up going down a JUCO route. Ended up spending some time with the White Sox organization. So I didn't actually play for Miami, but but I had a private coach for 2 years that was a scout for the Sox and was an ex Miami player.
So like by association.
Yeah, and so I had that going on baseball, and then I started watching them in football. And I'm 42, so if you do the math, I would have graduated high school in '98. I ended up leaving in '97, but I would have graduated in '98. And so then you start kind of extrapolating that out.
You got to see 2000, 2001.
Absolutely right. So I'm getting pushed by my coach, and his name is Don Valentine, by the way. If anybody wanted to research him, he's a lieutenant colonel in the military. But he, so I had it on all sides, and I fell in love with the school. I fell in love with the teams. I fell in love with everything about it, and so I didn't go there.
I'm just curious.
But that's the answer to that question.
Because with how small of a school Miami is, I'm always curious to find out how Miami fans became Miami fans, because there's only so many of us that actually attended school there. So I was just curious.
Apparently you're not a fan if you don't attend Miami. I've been told multiple times.
Oh, well.
That determines if you're a fan. You either have to live in South Florida, you had to attend Miami. It had to be one of the two, or you do not.
Well, no, I grew up in South Florida, but I didn't really become a fan until I went to school there.
If anything,
I didn't really follow college football as much.
I liked Jordan's argument the other night on his live stream. Do you remember your conversation about that, Jordan? Jordan looks very confused. Jordan was talking about how
it had something to do with the fishbowl or something.
When you were talking about it's even harder for you to rep Miami because you live in Louisiana. You're surrounded by LSU fans. At least down in South Florida, you can mingle with some other Miami fans. Like it would be much easier for Jordan to be an LSU fan living in Louisiana.
Jordan, did you attend Miami, or you became a Miami fan in a different way?
Oh, a different way. Let me tell you. It all started
I'm apparently boring because I actually went to Miami.
No.
Back in 1957. Go ahead.
My love affair started back October 1979. And Miami went to Happy Valley, and Jim Kelly beat Penn State like a yard dog, in my opinion. And I just kind of.
I wish I could have Jordan's stories about how I became a Miami fan.
You know. And of course, back then, well, I remember talking about the baseball when I would get out of school, middle school or whatever in the late 70s. We had this thing called ESPN on the cable. Okay. And when we get out of school for the summer, that was the week that the College World Series would start. And I noticed, hey, that's the same team. So I actually fell in love. I fell in love with the baseball primarily, and then the football just was like a courtship, and it just blossomed.
Yeah, people don't realize, like, if you think our football team is competitive, like, you have no clue. Our baseball team is dominant and has been for a hell of a long time.
And that was back
before
have more, internet.
I feel like we have been baseball-wise have been a little bit of a disappointment recently, but yeah, we've had a really.
Oh,
wait,
I'm getting off track, but did the Miami basketball team lose today? The men's?
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost.
Dang.
We lost to Maryland.
Dang, that sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry. We're going hockey. You hockey.
Oh, I wanted to make a joke somehow. I couldn't figure it out fast enough. I'm not that smart on the 30 points scored by Maryland on Ohio State. So I was trying to figure out how to correlate that into football and basketball. But saying they threw up 30 on our basketball team didn't sound bad. So I couldn't figure it out.
Men's and women's basketball lost today. Women's basketball lost to DePaul, and men's lost to Maryland.
Hey, I do have a note out for
the Cowboys
this.
Won 40-3 against the Vikings, so all is well in the world.
Hey, this Louisville fanatic guy.
Here we go.
And I love people like this. And I'm shy and I hate to call people out by name, but this Louisville fanatic guy. How the hell do you talk shit? Like, have you guys ever won a national championship? Ever? Like, I just like.
No, all they're known for is Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, like you had a good team like once upon a time when you had a good quarterback for like 2 years, and then you've been irrelevant the rest of the like 100 years your school's existed.
I think there's two different types. There's the fans that, their team consistently wins, like Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, whatever, that feels like they can brag and talk smack. And then you have the fans that deal with their team consistently being bad, and they have to compensate somehow. So they at times talk even more trash than the fans of the good football teams.
Well, I told this Louisville guy that Miami's going to be playing Louisville every year with this new ACC thing. They're one of our three. So he better show up to some of these chats, even when they're losing. Because if he's going to talk shit, he needs to take it too.
What's Louisville's win-loss this year? I'm curious.
They beat NC State without their starting QB, without NC State starting QB. So they've got some wins.
We would have beat Clemson with 80% of their starters out. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's right. The last time we played Louisville, Jaron Williams set us tied an ACC record for the most touchdown passes. I was at that game.
ACC Louisville. Let's see, because I'm sure I'm going to be super impressed. Hang on.
I've been having a side chat
ESPN-ing.
with Toxic Fart all night. What's up, Toxic Fart?
Oh, these names, man. I love it. I am probably.
I'm throwing a challenge out. I got $20 for the next 3 really good questions that get thrown out. And if you guys don't throw them out, I'll throw them out.
I'm sure it's almost 2 a.m.
Man, you guys suck.
Toxic, are you on Twitter? Post your Twitter handle so I can follow you. You get a follow from me, bro. You're hilarious.
I
Sorry,
think
go ahead,
I
Chris.
think as we continue to do these streams, people will open up a little bit more because, like I said, this is different than a lot of my normal content. So people aren't used to being able to cut loose and do what we're doing in these streams. So I think these will continue to ramp up.
I need to get a
Coop, how
second
many
monitor
times-
so that I don't have to be on my phone for the chat portion of this. But I'm just on my laptop currently with the stream, and then on my phone.
Just get 6 like I have.
I'm not even at home, so I don't even get to do any of that.
Hey, listen, I'm just happy I'm not at work for a change.
Fair.
I've only
why are
been
you
listening to
slacking?
you guys talk about the chat. I can't even see the chat.
What happened, Chris?
I said, why are you slacking like that, Melissa?
Because I only have to work 2 weekends a month. I
Well,
do get some weekends
damn,
off.
work harder.
Actually, I am. I just picked up a second job.
And don't worry,
I'm
Nick.
just kidding.
Nick, they're only saying good things about you. Don't worry.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
The chat's always super
Hey, so
nice.
Coop.
At
Coop.
Dolphin Kane _ Let's find you, toxic fart.
All right, Coop, I'm throwing it out there.
Okay.
All right, you got to give an honest answer.
Okay.
How many like oh shit moments do you have a night on these nights where you're like, fuck, I don't know what to say?
Like on these streams specifically?
These specific ones where you don't really have control.
Maybe when you went on your 80% rant a while ago.
I mean, at this point in time, 50% of the time. That's an honest response.
Hey, if you'll come up with like a wink or something for us, like the guys that are on here guys and gals that are on here every time, just come up with like a secret wink. We'll diverge.
Realistically, with this thing, I like where we're taking it, and I do want to continue to like evolve it. So if you guys are wondering, that it was Chris's idea to take suggestions from the chat for discussion topics. And I didn't really know what I wanted this thing to be. The very first episode was I hit go live and we all start talking and just go from there. So I really think this thing has a lot of potential. And Jordan has mentioned also, it's cool to actually, it feels a lot more personal. Like, I know I already knew what Jordan looked like, but maybe some people didn't. Or Nick, or Steve, Chris, Melissa, or anybody else who jumps in here. So I think it's really fun to be able to
keep
cut
changing
loose.
hoodies throughout the show.
Yeah.
Might as well. Steve's doing wardrobe.
I just got
changes.
2 new ones.
But
yeah, I'm seeing all.
Sure, is that
Go
the
ahead, Coop.
Adidas one?
But no, I'm always open to criticism, and I'm always open to ideas on how to improve things, make it more exciting, entertain people. So
Coach Hayes says he has the 80% answer.
Holy shit! All right,
What?
put me to it, man. I got the donation ready.
I'll bring him
Right
in here
now.
if he wants to explain it, but I don't think he does. It's getting late, so he may
He
not
doesn't
want to
have
pop
to
in
explain
here.
it.
Okay.
All right, Coach Hayes, let's see it.
I'll even trust it if he gives it.
%, of your starters named in June. Like that matters.
Not June. You like? Okay.
Oh, my bad.
All right, go ahead.
We named him in July. We got 9 running backs in our school. You're telling me like the third
And
one
five-
can't run?
And 25% are TBD.
What's his
TBD
question?
department.
I'm sorry.
No, we're just waiting for his response. If that is in fact what he meant.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, I have the $100 ready. It says Coach Hayes beats me. I just have to click the button.
Michigan has.
Michigan had lost 10 starters, injured, and missed games.
No. Wait. 80% in a game. There's only how many players are on offense?
11.
To be honest,
Really?
that's what I thought. 11. We just need like 7 or 8 starters out at one point. That's all I'm asking. Not like they're freshmen, to stump their toe. They weren't going to play anyways. There's 80% starters.
We lost for
This
Streppo,
is-
bro.
If I had $1 for every time Chris asked this question and mentioned 80%, I probably could retire.
I mean, I keep asking the same one. Like it's an unanswerable question because
Chris, let me get your Twitter login so I can tweet it for you.
I'm all in. I'll give it to you.
We lost for Streppo.
yeah,
I think we lost Justin.
And you can throw out the $100 thing. Like I'll pay to learn how
I'm gonna run.
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
run
his
Chris's
content manager.
Twitter. If your son is
All
still watching, he needs to teach you how to use Twitter.
Hey David, do me a favor. Post some shit in chat and say I'm his son if you're still watching.
I'll look out
What
for
game
it.
is? He said, "What game has Miami had 8 starters out on offense?"
Oh fuck! I got you right now. Can we bet $100 on that?
$100 to Chris.
It's your own money.
No. Oh yeah, $100 to me that I can actually win. Sure. Okay, there we go. All right, here you go.
Keep your
All right,
money,
I like
Chris.
this.
Keep your money.
Now
Miami injuries.
I
Who do we
think.
play
I
after
think
Texas
Chris.
A&M?
Middle Tennessee
Who do we
State.
play? Name. And
And then
who's
we
after
play
that?
UNC.
UNC. Miami injuries. UNC.
I have a good memory.
Oh,
I think
let's
Chris
see
has
here.
gotten more gray the longer this chat has gone on.
He's gotten a lot more something, but I don't think it's gray.
I'm not sure if you're gonna want to go that UNC route though, because UNC we actually put up
it
like
was the
500
game after
yards.
UNC. We only had
Virginia
6
Tech?
out for UNC.
Virginia Tech.
Hang on. Injury.
Hey, while he's looking, Joshua.
5.
Hey, thank you for the 5, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Josh.
Good man, Josh.
And I hope I lose. I hope I lose this because we have 7 instead of 8. But that's okay.
Is that part of the shut the Chris fund?
Are we gonna have to change the
Joking.
percentage to 70%?
Joking, Chris.
How do you get
Uh-oh.
80% from 11 people? I don't get that.
I think he's just estimating.
Or 80%
Yeah,
from 22 people.
I did. I just kind of like right.
Yeah, that's a half a person.
Yeah, that's
We're rounding up, fuckers. My
2 people, that's about
injuries.
90% of the
Hey,
squad.
I just want to say I don't think I've cussed this entire
versus-
chat.
Are you sure?
I haven't
Who do we
either.
play after NT? Hey, who do we play after North Carolina? Was it Tech?
Virginia Tech.
All right, we were 6.
Wait, you're already on like the 8th game of the season and you haven't gotten your answer yet?
No.
What kind of point is that?
You're right. You know what?
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Hey, you know what? You're right. Let's see. 6 out of 11.
So this
Oh
whole
my
thing,
God.
Only 55%.
This whole thing has been a
I'm
lie?
1 down. Who's
The
after,
entire
who's
time?
after Virginia Tech? Who's after Virginia Tech?
Duke, right?
Duke.
No.
That
Yep.
was
Duke,
Virginia.
yeah, and then Virginia.
How many were we missing for Middle Tennessee?
Was Duke the one we were missing TVD?
I don't know, but Duke's the one we had
No, he
8
got injured in
turnovers.
that
If
game.
that counts,
We were missing him for a half.
not 8 players, but 8 turnovers.
All right,
That's-
so we
that's
were 7.
80%. 80% of the
Hey,
10
we-
total throws.
Hey, you tell me a Power 5 team that has 8 turnovers and still wins a game. I want to know that team.
We had 8 starters out against Virginia, like
Minus Georgia, minus
Oh no,
Alabama.
Restrepo came back for limited reps. Restrepo came back for limited reps. In
Yeah,
Virginia.
this is where this gets funny. Oh,
Yeah,
whoa.
hold on.
Now
I'll be
it
back.
gets
I'll be back. I'll be
funny.
back.
Now it
Snap.
gets funny. Okay.
But I'll play it. I don't give a shit.
Game now. What's going on?
I'll
Coop
pay it
went to
out.
bed.
Coop,
Coop's
don't
like,
go to
I'm gonna let
bed.
this keep.
You know what? Here's what I do. Who is it that called me out? Who is it that called me out?
Coach
Coach
Hayes.
Hayes.
Louisville fan.
All right, here
Louisville
you go.
fan,
I
heard
got you. We only had 7 out of 11. My point is invalid.
I like that.
Because I'm sure Coach
Starters.
Hayes can. Yeah, I'm sure Coach Hayes has plenty of teams that had 7 starters out of 11.
Who are the starters?
Oh shit!
So
I
7.
And I want to know if
out
they're
of
really
11
starters.
is only 63%.
Yeah.
64.
Yeah,
if you want to round up.
I did it wrong. I did it wrong, and then we lost. So Coop, I just gave you $100. Give it to Coach Hayes because he's the man. He proved me wrong. By the way, Coach Hayes, I'll double or nothing. Find me a fucking team that had 7 starters out, and we'll double or nothing. And you'll lose, but that's okay.
You keep saying starters. Who are they?
Yeah. So Miami
bonuses if you keep giving this money away.
I don't give a shit.
Hey Chris, can we make a bet so I can have $100?
Wait,
like,
when did we get?
I bet you $100 that I own more hoodies than you.
Hey, when did we get? When did Restrepo come back for like 3 snaps, and then we lost
Virginia.
our? That.
He came back for limited snaps in Virginia, but we didn't have TVD in that game.
Yeah, Virginia. Okay. All right. So.
Dude.
I am like the second coming of Google.
Yep. Okay. Because I you know what? I said it. So I'm gonna Coop, I fucking sent you the money.
I'm in contact with Coach Hayes. He has my number.
Chris,
I have his number.
Chris, Coach Hayes makes a good point because we beat Virginia.
It doesn't matter.
So even if he just wanted 80% of our starters.
Well, we still didn't score a touchdown against
he's
them,
arguing.
No.
He's arguing 65% versus 80%.
Out of
just show me 50%. Just show me 50%.
We only kicked field.
Because technically we were missing like
let's see
70% of our players, and we still won against Virginia, and possibly Georgia Tech. No, Restrepo was back.
But I think there was like 65% humidity, 80%
All right.
of the day.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Injury report against
Mark
Virginia
Sanders
Tech.
sends I would $100.
We were down Arojo, our starting tight end, one of our top 2 tight ends, which I'll even take out because he's this whatever, right? Don Chaney, Citizen, who's one of our top 2 running backs, Jacoby George, Zia Nelson, Jacoby Watson, who's one of our starting fucking offensive linemen, and Xavier Restrepo. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I take out Elijah, which would have been 7, and then we fucking lost our quarterback. When did we lose him, Mel?
Duke.
Was it first or second quarter?
End of the second.
No,
end
in
of
Tech.
second quarter.
In the second
he
quarter.
didn't play against.
So we played.
What?
This is
He
Tech.
played
We
Virginia
lost him
Tech.
in this game. Yeah, we lost him in this game halfway through.
We lost TVD and Duke versus Duke.
Oh, okay.
Cheney,
All right.
Cheney
So
and
it's
Citizen aren't starters.
Cheney and oh my god.
They were injured before the season. They weren't named starters.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, but
Well, of course they
I
weren't,
would give
'cause
that
they
to
were-
Chris because if they were, they would have been starters.
Thank you. I mean, I can't win. It's okay. I sent the money. He beat me. He beat me. Oh my!
No more bets.
My life's goal.
My
life's goal is to
You're welcome.
Hey, Chris.
I'm closing the casino. No more bets.
I found a team. Chris, I
You're
found
welcome.
a team that was out 6 starters and won. You want to know who it is?
No. Okay. Who? I can't wait.
It's your boy Ken Dorsey, man. He lost to the Jets. 4 starting linemen out.
No,
Starting
in
running
college. Come on.
And Corey Davis was out. That's 6 people.
All right. I'm not giving you money for that. That's
starters.
and he lost to the Jets.
Ken Dorsey like he
Or
stole
we beat the
something.
Jets. And it's only because he was a Miami player.
What?
I said he only won because he was a Miami player. You said Dorsey won, right?
No, the Jets beat Ken Dorsey in the Bills.
Oh, okay. Okay, and the Bills were down, right?
No, I named starting linemen. I didn't name total linemen. They're down like 8 linemen. I said starters.
The Jets or
oh my God. The Jets were down Brees Hall, Corey Davis, and 4
Oh my God.
starting linemen and beat the Buffalo Bills, who are coached
On offense,
Okay.
like Ken Dorsey.
Can you post my cash, my super chat?
I did.
Can you pin it?
Here's some
Was it-
pity money for Chris. $1.99 from Melissa.
You didn't say love me and that stuff. No?
It's fine. Canes football talk. I closed the casino. No more bets. No more. No.
You know what? These are like the Google. What year was that? By the way, I'm just curious.
A week
What?
ago.
What year? What?
Oh, fuck you! It was not a week ago.
No. How do I turn off super
Wait,
chat?
did you just do another $100 chat, Chris?
How do I turn
I
off?
mean, I said I was gonna do it. So if they're the fucking Google
That
specialist,
was two.
then
But that was two.
that's two. I mean, you know, I lost.
Who's your
Yep.
idol? dude?
Dorsey's.
The Jets.
Oh wow, my AirPods are dying because we've been on this for so long.
The Jets literally just beat the Bills.
I have to switch ears.
This
Yeah,
century, like a week ago. And I literally named you the starters that were out. And I didn't even include backups. I could have been like 9 offensive linemen were out.
I thought the
Oh,
original.
hey, wait. Hey, FSU. So I
And they had
paid
Zach
you.
Wilson as a quarterback.
Hey, wait a second. Wait. I do want to be clear. I did pay you off because you're the man. The excuse that our starting guys that were injured at the beginning of the season that would have started but weren't because they were injured already doesn't which is essentially the excuse I got before, right? So our top people were out. I mean, nobody can argue that, and it's okay. Like, again, I'm here to fucking help out and sponsor. So
Well,
I gotta come up with some good streams.
Wasn't the
What'd you say?
original bet name an OC that could win in our situation?
Yeah.
With
The
our
bet
team?
has evolved over the last few hours.
I'm lost. Honest to
It's
goodness.
evolved, and I'm paying off people that fucking Googled. Like, now I'm amazed that FSU fan found some shit from yesterday.
What?
But I figured it'd be.
Basically, nobody could figure out
I'm
that
a Jets
one, so we
fan. What
just
do you
made
mean
it easier.
I Googled it. What the fuck?
No,
Hey,
I mean,
I
not
gave-
you.
I
You
gave
found
you
it
$1.
recent. But
I gave
Okay.
you $1.99, Chris. You're not completely in the loss.
Wait,
So
can I ask? Did we determine is TGBA 21 Chris's son?
I don't think we ever.
where
won.
is he?
Or is
I
that?
asked him to post
he's
some
right
shit.
behind you, dude.
Let me ask him.
Oh
Hang on.
yes,
What's
that's,
your?
I guess that's. He's saying yes. in
Yes,
the
that's
chat.
him.
Okay,
Yep,
okay,
That's him.
okay.
Hey, so thanks for your service. He is in the military.
Yeah, we
Wait,
appreciate
Chris,
that,
throw
my
that out
friend.
there.
We appreciate
Chris,
that.
can we bet $100 that I have more hoodies than you?
Yeah, I'll bet 100 that 50% of your hoodies didn't get injured before this year, and you repaired them before whatever, whatever.
So who's your
Well,
idol,
there's a-
Chris?
If there's a hole in the hoodie, it goes in the trash, and I just buy a new one.
I got to think of some good questions. You guys chat. I'm gonna think of 2 good questions to throw out before we end it. At least from my
Coach
standpoint.
Hayes, Coach Hayes says I have another Chris. Double or nothing, 5 starters.
5 doesn't count because that's way the fuck less than what we have. I can't argue.
I do have to head
like-
out somewhat soon because I have a doctor's appointment in the early AM, and it's 2:10 AM for me. So.
Same here.
Coop, you want me to throw out 2 questions? Or you want me to not do it? Your
No,
call.
go ahead. I got a few more minutes in me.
Coop, you say
All right,
you don't
I don't want to
sleep.
hold you.
I typically don't, but since I'm under the weather, I'm I'm low energy.
Yeah. I won't make the mistake again where I'm like, oh, we lost 2/3 of our people, so 80%.
No bets though. No bets.
Oh,
Just
shit.
questions.
Yeah, no bets.
Okay.
'Cause evidently, I suck at bets. You guys talk.
Oh,
Let me
not
think of
Coach,
something.
Coach A said double or nothing, dude.
Did he? He did. No bets.
Chris.
No bets.
Chris, cut your losses. Don't take the bets.
No bets.
Oh shit! What's a piece of shit that was it Tennessee that everybody loves? Offensive
I got y'all
offensive
on-
coordinator.
Wait, what was the question? Sorry.
The guy that was the offensive coordinator from Tennessee, he went to USC. Everybody loves him. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
He's at USC right now?
No, he was. He went to USC, then he left. Like somebody brought up earlier, he'd be an amazing offensive coordinator for us.
You talking about Lane Kiffin?
Kiffin.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
This might be good.
I wasn't following.
Now,
Don't you hate Lane Kiffin?
I'm a big Lane Kiffin fan.
I fucking hate him.
I brought that up.
I'm a big Lane Kiffin fan.
Toxic Fart says I should write you a prescription, Coop. I don't know what for, but
he's feeling under the weather.
We don't treat viruses with antibiotics.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
Did
get
you?
a cutout. Get the
Oh
cutout.
my goodness! I'll do it. I'll do it. I've had Manny. I've had Mario. I'll do it, Coach Hayes. Don't dare me.
Yeah, you need a cardboard cutout of Hoodie Girl.
All right, there's your first. I got to think of the second.
He dares me. I just need I need a full body shot of Chris. If he can DM it to me, I will get a cardboard cutout of Chris, and we will put him in the background of these streams.
Fuck. Are you gonna put me in a trash can?
Just try not to get buried.
Are you gonna hurt yourself? Are you gonna hurt yourself?
Chris,
Put me in a trash can?
Chris, you just donated $5 without a comment.
Son of a bitch! I put it right there.
Put it, Chris. Put it in the chat, and I will pin it. No dono, no money. Put it in the chat, and I will pin it.
That's the second time you've done that. That's the second time you've done it.
No money.
It was right there.
No money.
It was
Thank
right
you.
there. It just didn't.
Okay.
It just didn't go. Sorry.
Okay.
If we fired Gaddis other than
I'm
Kiffin,
muting.
who
Go.
would we hire that would do better than Gaddis? Must have a reason.
Anyone.
Okay. Now wait. Let me ask this. Are you talking about who would have done better?
80% of Chris's body.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, this is why I follow Toxic Fart on Twitter. He's hilarious.
So is the question, what offensive coordinator in the nation can score a touchdown in 3 games? Because isn't that the bar that we're setting this question to, or what?
Well, now let me ask this first. Let me ask this first. Are you talking about for this season, Chris? Like who would have been able to do better than Gaddis in 2022? Like we were talking about earlier with the depleted O-line and the issues? Or are you talking about...
Damn it. Yeah, I was talking about this year, but I'll deal with next year. But they got to be able to account for the injuries this year and the explanation they give for how whoever the hell it is would be better next year. Does it make sense?
No, you might as well just say it.
So, okay, so
no.
So, or go ahead, Coop.
No,
I
I was just gonna say I see where Chris is going with it.
Oh, I'm glad you do. Explain it to the rest of the class.
I've started zoning out when we've gotten to this 80% conversation because I'm over
When
it.
are we taking a nap?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna throw the same
Might as well.
injuries and all that kind of stuff, you might as well just say this year.
No, because I think if you say 2023, it's a losing battle for Chris no matter what. Because
Yeah,
like,
what the chat says, it's way too many variables to include next year. Let's just talk this year.
It would be too many hypotheticals and too many.
It would just need to be for this year. Put them in the same.
So
exact
I'll give an example.
Coach
example.
Coach Hayes says Josh Heupel will come if Coop gets a full cutout of him.
Yeah, Toxic says I saw made it since 80 minutes ago. What I'm trying to say is if somebody said, hey, this coach, based on whatever the hell information they have, right, would have done better this year, and therefore we would be positioned in a better situation next year because of those adjustments and their ability to recruit or whatever the hell it is, we'd be in a better spot. Cool, right? Just take into account this year. It can't be, well, Bob Smith would be better next year because they'd get more first downs than we did this year against Clemson, when next year they're not going to have the injuries we have. That's all I'm trying to say. Does that make sense, Coop?
I mean,
there's too many variables.
Yeah,
like
I said,
you're making
I swear,
a shit ton of assumptions.
I swear, I see where you're coming from, Chris, and I know exactly where you're trying to go with it. I promise I do, but I don't think like.
But at the end of the
You're
day,
making it too easy for somebody to give an answer.
Okay, I got a better one. Here, read that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Outside
Here,
of
let
firing
me pin it.
coaches, what's the number one thing we could do to put us in a better position next year?
We need to get those 80% of the starters back on the field.
Not get injured.
63% going.
Yeah, 63.
Wait, who's
or 64 if you round up.
But don't forget about the percentage of transfer portal people.
Stop feeding the players beyond meat products.
Yeah.
You remember the question earlier when you're like, "Hey, if Josh Gaddis leaves, right? Does that affect our recruits?"
Yeah.
I think a better way of viewing it is if Josh Gaddis leaves, does that help us keep people from the portal? I think that's like a better way of viewing it. And then you could even take the aspect of like, well, would you want to keep anyone here? Is there anyone worth keeping here?
To be honest,
I
think that the knee-jerk reaction and answer is yes, but when I really break it down and think about it, for most guys, probably not, because then they still don't. Okay, you're still bringing in a new offensive coordinator with a different offense, and they don't know what to expect out of it. And if they've already kind of checked out, I think that they still explore their options elsewhere for like. Oh, gosh, I was seriously about to say this. I'm just going to say it. For like 80% of those guys.
63.
I think we're up to
I'm just enjoying the chat.
And I wasn't even trying to poke fun. That literally just kind of came to me when I was finishing that. But no, I see the point. That is also a good question.
You're going to end up starting hashtag 80%.
Well, when Chris learns what a hashtag is, he's going to be pretty upset.
Yeah.
But no.
That doesn't matter because I have about 3 followers, so it's okay.
No, wait. Let's see what it comes up to. Hold on.
But no, I don't think people would.
You're at 16 followers.
Wow.
No, hey, I don't think people would give Chris a hard time if they didn't think he could take it. Chris is a good guy. He can banter back and forth. So, but what was that the second one? Or you said you had 2 questions?
Yeah, that was the second one.
So
nobody look at 5 years out. Nobody really answered the first one, but that's all right.
No, they didn't. So.
I don't even remember
Is it coaches or is it players or what? 5 years out.
I'm like pretty sure
number one
you
thing.
didn't ask the question, Chris.
Yeah, what's the
I
whole
think
question?
we need to keep recruiting on the level that we're recruiting right now, continue to invest in the program, and build depth, because injuries could always be. You never know when someone's going to get injured.
But and also, as much as it sucks, I'm not even pointing this directly at Gaddis. Again, let's get some consistency in here in this program.
Yep.
So we're not just
Coop,
continuing
can you
to
kick Louisville guy out of the chat. It's just obnoxious.
Yeah, bro. Look, let me do this. I'm gonna put him in timeout. Don't spam, bro.
Oh.
Like the trolling is fine. I have no issues with that. Just spam is no bueno. So I'll put him in timeout. I'll put him in the corner and let him think about it. If he comes back with it again, then we'll go from there. So
I just thought about something. Seriously. Oh, Mark Stamper said earlier, think about this. We need a 5-star punter next year and a long snapper too. Got me thinking. How about that long snapper this year? He has done a hell of a job. I
Yeah.
can't think of any time Headley's had a bad snap sent to him.
And a lot of times, Jordan, you know this, those guys don't get credit. They just look at Headley firing off the punt. And
You only
Just
notice
thought
it when
about
it's
that.
bad.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
lose
don't
Headley
know.
next year.
I don't know who our long snapper is, but they need to make him like co-MVP.
Kane's football talk says that Chris needs to get an 80% t-shirt made.
With
Coop, you should
Clark.
do a Canes fam
Small
t-shirt.
text 63.
You
That
should,
would be cool,
You should
yeah.
do a Canes. You should and like have like a hoodie on there, put like 80% on there,
because
and like
you guys know, right, that as more people hang out, this is why I love this, man, and how it starts to feel like a family, because we feel like we get to know each other in the chat, right? But then as you guys come on camera, again, your face is out there, you're actually speaking, not just typing. It
got
feels
1,000 followers
closer,
on Twitter.
right? And what will happen is you guys will start to have little trademarks. You guys will have little sayings. People will get to. Chris is already tabbed as the 80% guy. Melissa
Girl.
is Hoodie Girl.
Or the bourbon guy.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah. So, hey, again, another benefit. Canes fan members. Do you guys know how many Canes fan members there are?
We got to work harder, guys.
110.
We don't have nicknames yet.
There's
although I was hoodie girl before I became a Canes fan member.
Look, there are almost 100 Canes fan members on this channel. Why are there only 6 people on the screen right now? Well, probably because it's at 2:30 in the morning. But before
You're
that,
not very welcoming.
before that,
Because I know we need at least 80% of the Canes fan members to come on the channel.
You guys even have an FSU fan in here. What are you doing?
I
But-
think we'll get more people as the seasons go on and we get better.
yeah.
It's hard to talk about a shitty team. I mean, me and Chris can only bring in so much watch, viewers.
Tremaine Mack.
True.
I ain't heard that in a while.
All right. I got one more question, and then I'm done.
Okay, and then I
missed
do
it.
need
He said
to
that
wrap
an
it
hour
up.
ago.
I
an
missed
hour
an E. Sorry. I missed an E.
That's okay. It's okay. I got you. Can we
You
beat
got me.
Pitt next week? Let's
There you
take let's take a realistic approach. Be honest.
I say no. Can we? Yes. Will we? Probably not. We're 0-3 at home. I'm not liking that odds.
How full was that before, Chris?
I say it doesn't even matter.
Oh, the bottle
I
or the
don't-
game?
I don't want to answer.
Chris,
Oh.
what percentage do we have of winning against this?
We have an
Fuck.
80% chance of
Above or
losing.
below 80%.
I think the better idea is the percentage of losing.
I mean, okay.
You know what? ESPN gets it right every time, and it's like 45-55, right, Coop?
No, we were underdogs against Georgia Tech.
Here. I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna share the screen here right quick.
The all important prediction.
Okay. Pitt is favored in this matchup. The spread is actually 6.5. This is at Hard Rock Stadium. Pitt is 7-4. I haven't watched some of their more recent
Didn't Georgia
games.
Tech beat Pitt? Georgia Tech beat Pitt, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So they've got losses to Tennessee early in the season, which was actually a close one, but teams can look radically different, right? From the beginning of the season to this point. They lost to Georgia Tech, Louisville, and North Carolina, but they're on a 3-game win streak against Syracuse, Virginia, and Duke. They only beat Duke by 2. Handled Virginia.
All right. Here's a question. Rationalize this. How the hell do they give up 34 to Tennessee and 42 to North Carolina or 24 to Louisville? Like Tennessee's stacked.
Sometimes college football doesn't have to make sense. It's crazy.
The Coastal doing coastal things.
It's wild, man. Sometimes people question me and they say, you literally predicted to lose to this team and win this team. That makes no sense. Sometimes it just doesn't. You can slice and dice it up. You can look at the stats. You can watch the tape. And sometimes it just don't matter.
And then you
The
still
better
end up
question
losing to
is,
Middle Tennessee.
can we cover? The better question is, can we cover the spread?
Depends on where the players' heads are at. Because, I mean, are 80%
What's
of
the
them going to
over-under?
come out there and cash in?
44.
Does the spread include a touchdown or no?
6.5 B.
-6, right?
Honestly, I don't think that
So what, 2 field goals and they
we
beat us?
beat Pitt. Again, I go back to my argument that if we're talking about 20, 25 plus players transferring out, how many of those guys are going to come out there and give it their all in the final game? They've checked out mentally. They're somewhere else. They're thinking about where they're going to go in a couple weeks.
You don't think they won a bowl game?
No.
It could be a good tape so they can get it.
Not the guys that are transferring out, no, which is a lot of dudes.
So if you take out the last 2 scores from Clemson, because I think they scored 2 in like the last minutes of the game, right?
Yeah, 4.5 minutes.
Dabo ran the score up.
Yeah, so it just, I don't hate him for it. So
Yeah,
it's 44 by Clemson, right? Or 40? I can't
40.
remember.
40,
Yeah,
40 we
40
lost
to
by
10.
30, like you predicted.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So 20. So they scored 26 points before we put our backups in, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's like
So
10 for the longest.
So I'll tell you. I mean, this is saying that. I mean, do you see Pitt throwing up 20, 25 points on us?
Well, I know we're not going to be able to run the ball on them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're allowing less than 100 yards rushing against them per game, and we already struggled to run the ball anyways. That's not going to be a thing. Jakari's going to be starting if he's still struggling a little bit to connect. Like I just don't see it, man.
You think they'll start him and not Garcia?
That's a good
Yes.
question because that if they start Jakari, then they know that Pitt is just like how Clemson when they shut it down and they felt like, okay, well, let's throw Garcia in. That'll change things up. We need to throw the ball a little bit more. I'm no matter how we want to break it down, I just don't see it. I just don't think we beat Pitt.
Yeah, I don't think we beat him either. I'm just saying the way that look at how many yards they allow rushing and passing. You don't think we're going to go after that passing with Garcia instead of use Jakari? Because at least Garcia gives us a little better chance on the passing, even though we may end up with some turnovers.
Man, though, what does that do to Jakari?
They'll bring him in on the short yardage plays like they keep doing.
What's
I think
the
if you know
turnover?
Garcia's going, you don't put him in at all. If he's already conveyed that he wants out, then you don't play him.
That's just a tough one, man. I hate getting in that situation where now we say, okay, Jakari's the dude. He starts against Georgia Tech. He starts against Clemson. He gets pulled once they figure out all we can do is run with him. You put Jake in, then the final game, then you put Jake in for that one. Like,
Pitt's not Clemson though.
no, and I agree, but like just the mental game, the on the quarterbacks.
There was no point to keep Jakari in at the point where they pulled him. We were gonna lose.
But you don't think does that affect his mental game when then you turn around and start Jake this week?
Well, no, I think it affects his mental game if they start Jake instead. But I think they pulled him when they pulled him to avoid him getting injured.
No, and I mean,
gonna win that game anyway.
I agree, it's the right call. It just gets kind of iffy when you start Jake against Pitt.
I don't think Jake starts. I think Jakari starts.
Yeah, I personally, I don't think. I know, like you said, do we? What was the other question? Do we cover, right?
Jake's probably gonna transfer. Why are we starting? Let Jakari get the on-field time.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I didn't say what we should do. I'm just saying, looking at the yardage right there, if I was an offensive coordinator, I'm going to attack the pass more than the run, even though we're probably not going to do that. We're just going to try and run it up the center on freaking 3rd and 22.
Yeah, I know someone asked, is Matoka pure poo-poo? Matoka is an interesting scenario. Wait, what happened?
What? It doesn't matter. What's the turnover? It doesn't matter.
I need to wrap this stream up.
Hey, Coop, what's the turnover margin for Pitt? Are they plus or minus? Do you know?
Let me see. I don't know off the top of my head.
They're gonna probably be minus when they play us. Seems like our defense is on a hot streak right now.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's gonna be a tight game. I don't see this any kind of blowout.
I think our defense is gonna keep us in the game. Our offense is not
right.
shit for us.
I don't know.
Oh, Kane's football talk was right. Kane's football talk was right. He said 80% chance that Chris donates again, and then look, you did it.
No, and I agree too. The Creeps SD said Coop needs to go to prevent Chris from going broke. Like I actually feel bad. Like it's not,
fuck, man.
No, but it's not about the money though. Like, I don't want I'm appreciative, but like.
Well, hang on. I gave the other two for the other two people. So that's the first donation I made to you.
I know.
Right? So.
But.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You made a couple without any comments.
Yeah.
No, but those weren't $100. Those were like $5.
Oh, well, I didn't see what he did.
Chris has made
three
$100 donations.
No, I don't want to come across as ungrateful. It's not that. I know that Chris knows that though.
It's 2:30 in the morning, and there's still 82 people on this chat.
It's a good thing, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta remember it's a holiday week, so some people probably took off the whole week.
We might need a half.
I'm not allowed to do that.
But I'm
not allowed to take off for holiday weeks.
Me either.
I've been able to speak with some people that know Matoka's family. And as far as what they say, he's probably riding it out at Miami, even if he knows he never starts.
Who's Matoka?
He's a quarterback.
He's a quarterback.
Peyton Matoka.
Peyton Matoka.
If you actually find there's very little video on him at Miami, but if you find it, he's actually not bad.
Yeah, he doesn't look bad at all. Yeah. But at what I've been told.
What year is he in?
I think he came in with TVD, didn't he?
He was recruited by Enos, or he was recruited by Enos when Enos was somewhere else before he came to Miami. There was some kind of ties there with Enos at some point. But
I don't remember. I thought he came in the same season as TVD.
What I was told anyways, and this could be 100% incorrect. You guys know that these guys could change their mind literally tomorrow. But what I was told is Matoka was raised in an environment where you finish what you start. So everyone's kind of under the impression that even if Matoka doesn't feel like he has any chance of getting playing time, he committed to Miami and he's sticking it out no matter what happens. So we'll see.
That's rare.
So he was the number 38 dual threat quarterback, which put in 2021, and he redshirted last year.
Was he a 3 or 4 star?
A number 38's got to be 3, best case, right?
Well, that's
and he's only 38 dual threat, not 38th in the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be even lower.
Yeah.
So again, I don't think he sees any play time here at Miami. Just being honest, not saying because he's bad. He just the competition in front of him. There's just no way. Yep. But I applaud him for sticking it out. I kind of wish, though, if he's not going to play, he could go possibly somewhere where he could. But that's just me trying to think of him, you know.
And he was out of Texas. He's not a Miami guy either.
Nope.
So,
it's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's like what does Mario see us being when we grow up? Is it, you know, kind of a spread with a mobile quarterback? Is it a pocket passing, you know, pro offense? What do we look like 3 or 4 years from now in his mind?
Wait till the off season and get him on here.
You have to ask him. True. I honestly don't even have a guess yet. I don't know, because I don't know I say I don't know if he knows what he wants it to be. I'm guessing he's got to have at least an idea. But I don't know. I really don't know.
I think his biggest idea right now is just to build up the trenches.
I don't think he's a former offensive guard, right?
Yeah, I don't think he really cares
lineman.
much about if we're spread or not. I think he just wants to get that protection there and get the D line built up.
Fair.
Because once you have the O line in place, you can do whatever the hell you want, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we're not airing it out, Canes fans won't be happy.
Yeah, but if you
and you're right,
line, you can. That's where he can.
No. Wait. That's one of the issues we have right now. Is there's no separation being driven by our receivers. So in order to air it out, you got to have both, right? You got to have an O line that can protect, and you have to have a receiving core that can actually generate separation.
Or
so I'm curious how it's been evolving. Again, do you see us having an issue with drops?
Well,
for the first time in a lot of years, this is not one I've seen.
Definitely the first 3 to 4 games, there was a lot of drops. There was also a lot of bad throws, but there was a lot of drops too. I think they did in the Texas A&M game alone. I think it was like 9 catchable balls that were dropped.
Hey, Coop.
Texas A&M's weird, right?
Hey, Coop.
Yeah.
Want to do me a favor?
What's that?
Can you go to bed?
I do probably need to go to bed. I got to get up in I got to be up in 4 hours to go to the doctor. So.
All right, and when you end the stream,
Steve and Coop are just saying that because they want to play Pokemon. Did you all see the Green Power Ranger died?
Yeah, that's a bummer. That was
Anyone
my favorite
else grew up on Power Rangers? Because that made me really sad.
Well, he was like 6 different colors, but yeah.
Are you talking about the TV show? The
guy that played the Green Power Ranger in a TV show when some of us who aren't old were growing up passed away, and it hurt my soul because I was a big Power Rangers fan.
Yeah, my 2 favorite Power Rangers were the green one and the pink one. If you know, you know.
Well, the green one's dead.
How old are you, Coop?
Too old.
38?
Too old.
33.
He's 33.
Yeah.
Because I was Power Rangers was this weird shit I didn't understand at 42.
You had to be younger.
Was
yeah.
It was
so weird shit.
I guess the cutoff's probably around 40. I'm 36, and I watched it growing up.
Looking back, it's definitely odd.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
all right.
Yeah. But yeah, I probably should wrap this thing up.
Yeah, he was the green and or the white ranger. He was 2
Yep.
different colors.
Yep.
The white Power Ranger suit was pretty badass, though.
It was cool back in the day.
He was white and black and red.
No, there was a different red one.
But, hey,
Power Rangers is corny. It is now.
Yeah,
but when I was 8, it was good.
But for real, hey y'all, I appreciate everybody in the chat. Honestly, I feel like the participation was off the charts tonight because it literally got to the point that I couldn't pin the questions because the chat had went so far that I couldn't scroll up any further to get back to them. So this was one where I love the interaction with the chat. I think it was an awesome idea by Chris to take suggestions for topics from the chat. Melissa had an awesome idea with the transfer portal stuff. I just completely screwed up the text thing. Don't go back and watch the beginning of the stream because it was bad. It was really bad, but that was on me. So
and next week I'll be streaming from work again. I know you guys missed that.
Okay.
What did Nick and Jordan do?
Huh?
I chimed in about 80% left.
No, man, look, for real. Like I said, I appreciate all the Canes fan members, Nick, Steve, Melissa, Jordan, Chris. everybody for all of the support, the donos. Don't worry, Chris. Everyone who won the bets, I have their personal contact information, so I'll take care of them. I'm a man of my word. You don't have to worry about that.
Power Rangers is now dominating. The
Super
chat.
worried.
And it was cool to have Chris's son pop in the chat.
What
That was pretty cool
percentage
too.
of Power Ranger colors have there been?
The guys that won the bet are only going to get 20%. Coop's keeping 80.
Coop's trying to sign off here, guys. Let him know.
Hey, get the hell out of here. Go get some sleep.
I'm just
Everybody throw up.
Hey, come on. We got to end it right.
I got to try and set this up.
Find a way. I believe, Nick. I know you can do it. There we go.
There
man.
you go.
That's what it's all about. Hey, nothing but love, man. I appreciate y'all for real.
Because at the end of 80% of the day, I have to say,
End it, Coop.
I'm done. I'm out.
It's always good to be 80% with the K.
Hey, I'll see y'all later, man.
Later.
Right.
Later,
Peace
man.
out.
Take care.
Oh man, what a stream. Everybody made this just a blast. What blows my mind is the fact that I am live until almost 3 a.m. and realistically it didn't feel like it. Like me personally, if it wasn't for me being under the weather and having a doctor's appointment tomorrow, then this ain't gonna get rolling. I'm just being honest. But it was so awesome, man. We had so many cool people show up. We had so many awesome people hanging out in the chat. Guys, I'm telling you, even if I don't specifically address your comment, I'm reading every single comment every time. I read all the comments on all my videos after they upload. I read every comment as it's scrolling through the chat because I love interacting with you guys. I consider you my friends and my family. And that's what we do, man. So I appreciate all the love from the bottom of my heart, man. And again, shout outs to the Canes fan members that pulled through tonight. Because if I did this stream, if I started this series and nobody else showed up on camera with me, it'd just be another regular Coach Coop stream. And those are mid. You know, those are okay. But bringing on the other people really ups the ante, right? The entertainment factor goes through the freaking roof, man. Nothing but love from Coop. Hey, Doo-Doo, it's good to see you hanging out, man, for real. Everybody. Diva, man, you just missed it. This was a 2-hour stream that turned into a 5-hour stream. Breaking records here, man. Last week was 4. This was 5. What happens next week? When Miami is 5-7, loses to Pitt, and doesn't get a bowl game. What are we going to talk about then? Probably Josh Gaddis, if I had to guess. I love y'all, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the love. I'll see y'all later, man. I'm going to bed.